case that Harris supports unlimited abortion and made arguments to that effect, but she certainly seemed much more clear and crisp, and I think she probably has the public opinion on her side if you look at the polls in litigating that one issue.
Josh, we'll wrap it up shortly, but how effective were the moderators? Former President Trump praised the CNN moderators for the Biden debate, right, in June, and he keeps saying that it was very fair. Is he going to say the same of this?
I don't think so. But blaming the refs, blaming the media, even if there's a good case to be made, is a loser's political strategy. I mean, you're ultimately responsible for parrying the questions and getting to the points you want to make. So I think the two takeaways I had is that a lot of Republicans, a lot of Trump backers blaming the refs, and Harris's campaign wants another debate. I hope we do see another debate, but it's a sign that it's clear both sides know how this debate went.
And if he had a lesser night than she had, what was maybe the most effective moment for him, if there were any? Was it him reminding voters about the economy pre-COVID? Was it, continually trying to remind about the border? Was it him saying the foreign crises we're experiencing wouldn't have happened? Was there anything that stuck out at you that maybe was, yes, you should do that. If there is a second debate, focus on that or do that again?
Well, I've always said that the Afghanistan withdrawal is something that Trump was trying to make hay with against Joe Biden, and it seemed like he was landing some points on that. And he, if there was a moment where I think he said that Harris was the last person in the room when Biden made the ill-fated or the chaotic decision that led to just an extremely chaotic and costly withdrawal from Afghanistan. That was a moment that I think Trump had some good points, but again, I think that it could have been much stronger. It could have incorporated the feelings of the Gold Star families that joined with Donald Trump at Arlington Cemetery, and he could have added some detail, some emotion to that answer in a way that he didn't, and I think missed an opportunity, even as he had some credible points.
All right, both of you, is there a second debate? Yes or no? Jared?
Probably there might be. If both, I say that only because, the Harris campaign came out really quick and said they want another one. You have seen, former President Trump in agreeing to these two debates, kind of do that because no campaign wants to be viewed as ducking debates, right? Neither side wants to do that. So if you see one side kind of say, let's have another debate, sometimes that is kind of all the pressure that's needed. Okay. And maybe it's wishful thinking on my part because I'm used to having more than one between the candidates in these presidential years.
Josh, yes or no?
I don't. Well, I hope we have a Fox debate. I think that would be maybe the compromise. If Harris wants a second debate, I think it'd be great to have. Maybe Trump will go on. Trump has been proposing the Fox debate. I'd love to see that. But I think Trump has never been a good debater, at least in the general election debates. And Jared made this point earlier, but a lot of the times when he does better, it's when the opponent doesn't have a good debate. It's not that Donald Trump is really dominating the debate stage. So this race is still very winnable for Donald Trump. It's still going to be a very close race. I don't know if he's going to want to subject himself to another potentially bad performance.
So much more to discuss, but we'll leave it there. Josh Grasshauer, Fox News Radio political analyst, and Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern. Thank you both so much for joining.
Thanks, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, author of the #1 best-selling narrative history series in the world. Today I'm here to talk about my new book, Confronting the Presidents. From Washington to Biden, Confronting the Presidents gives insightful portraits of all 45 U.S. chief executives. Who were these men really? Please read Confronting the Presidents, available now.
Paid for by St. Martin's Press.
It's a good thing baseballs already have stitches, because the way these ball players are hitting them, yeah, they need stitches if they didn't already have them. So the next time you're watching a poor little baseball smacked off the wall in center, keep that little fella in your thoughts. It's hard to be a baseball right now. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When life gets too hectic, it's time to retreat from the noise.
My name's Carmen DePasquale. I have been a retreatant for about 26 years. I came alone. I literally read it in a bulletin and decided that this might be something that I'd like to do. I literally took a leap of faith and I thought, well, let me see what this is about. And if this is right for me, I always felt welcomed even though I didn't know anyone.
Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice. Go to malvernretreat.com.
So anyone can really feel welcome here.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Last night's presidential debate in Philadelphia brought crowds of voters out to watch parties. The Know Your Rights bus tour is making a stop in Philadelphia to help voters prepare for November. A growing Delaware County Community College program is providing food for students in need.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210's huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Dom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your Tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
An important report comes our way at 8:30 this morning. The latest consumer price index details will be released. Economists polled by Dow Jones expect the headline CPI to have gone up 0.2% from the previous month, 2.6% from a year ago. A CPI reading, though, that's too hot could affect the Fed's monetary policy decision expected next week. Mixed results on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow down 93, but the Nasdaq was up 141. The S&P 500 gained 24. Dow members Walmart and Procter & Gamble hit all-time highs, and Starbucks shares up over 1%. In an open letter, Brian Niccol, the chain's new CEO, says Starbucks will return to its core as a coffee company and provide quality experience for customers. He was the former leader of Chipotle, and shares of Starbucks have gone up nearly 20% since the announcement of his appointment in August. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Never forget. That's what Americans vowed 23 years ago today, and we want to make sure you don't.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
That was President Bush a short time after terrorists hijacked airplanes. The first jet crashed into the World Trade Center North Tower in New York City, and then 17 minutes later, boom! Another flew into the South Tower.
Wow, did you see this aircraft?
56 minutes after that, the tower came crashing to the ground. And then about a half hour later, as people watched on TV, including on Fox...
Oh, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes.
The other tower went down.
All right, we do need to put it down now.
Creating a huge cloud of smoke and ash and debris as the building with people inside collapsed. Now, passengers on another hijacked plane who heard about the crashes fought back, trying to stop the terrorists, but United 93 also went down.
The only thing you could see was a big gouge in the earth and some broken trees.
Crashing in a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Those passengers also knew about what happened to the fourth jet. The terrorists crashed that one into the Pentagon, where 184 people were murdered, among the 2,977 deaths in all in those 9/11 attacks, which led the U.S. into a war against terror. But Brian Birdwell got out of the Pentagon alive.
There's days that it seems just a few years ago, and then there's days that it's a completely different lifetime ago.
He's a state senator in Texas now, but on September 11th, 2001, Brian was an Army lieutenant colonel at work in the Pentagon.
By God's grace, we're still here. Get to see the things that we thought my wife would see as a widow.
All right, take us back to that day. The plane hit at 9:37 in the morning. Where were you at 9:35 in the morning?
We'd watched the events unfold, Cheryl, Sandy, and I, that were going on up in New York. And about 9:30 something, I stepped out to go to the men's restroom, told them I'd be back momentarily. Those are the last words that I would speak to my two coworkers. I'm 7 or 8 steps out of the men's restroom, returning back to my office, having been 15 to 20 yards from an 80-ton jet coming through the building at 530 miles an hour.
That is unbelievable, really unbelievable. And you talked about your two colleagues. Tell us about them.
Sandy and Cheryl were obviously ladies in our front office. Cheryl was General Van Antwerp's secretary, and Sandy was what's called our SACO, our Staff Actions Control Officer. You know, not a day goes by that whether it's looking at my scars or particularly as today comes around every year, it's really not the anniversary, it's the memorial of September 11th, because we memorialized folks like Sandy and Cheryl that had never signed up for, duty in a hostile zone. But because of the nature of the enemy that we faced that day, they're coming to work. They were at risk simply being in an office building.
So the plane comes in with this force and thousands of gallons of fuel. What happens to you?
I'm tossed around like a rag doll, blown across the E-ring hallway in the fourth quarter. 60% total body burn, and over half of my burns are 3rd degree.
Oh. So wait, how at this point though, you probably can't do much. You're on fire. I mean, did you put yourself out? Did others rush over?
I did what the Lord creates every one of us in our mother's womb with, that survival instinct, that desire to live. I mean, I should have been killed at impact, but I wasn't. But I struggled to get up, and I couldn't because of the concussion of that blast damages your sense of balance in your inner ear. I struggled to get up, and I eventually came to that moment where I realized this was no longer the struggle to survive. It was simply a matter of reconciling myself to the death that I was dying, crying out to my Lord and Savior, I'm coming to see you. I collapsed to the floor, waited to die.
So what brought you back? What brought you back?
Yes, sir. The Lord believes in catch and release. So he threw me back. In fact, one of the, again, it's not just one of the many miracles that were performed that day, but when the plane makes penetration of the building, it shatters, it cuts the water pipes that feed the sprinkler systems. Again, by his grace, I'm underneath an intact sprinkler head. I'm laying there waiting for that feeling of the soul departing the body.
But instead you feel the cold water coming down.
I feel the liquid on the left side of my face. So the sprinkler system has extinguished the flames consuming me. Smoke is filling up the hallway. So as I use the wall I've been blown up against to stand up and use the wall as a third and fourth point of contact for my balance, and I begin shuffling toward that light, I can see as I'm getting away from the danger zone, I cover, and I don't want to be gratuitously graphic here, Dave, but
I understand.
So just a warning to your listeners.
I understand. Hey, look, this is hell on earth you were experiencing.
I'm skinned alive, Dave. I'm shuffling down the hallway, and as I'm moving toward the light, and the smoke is still filling up the ceiling, but it's getting lighter on me. My face is already beginning to swell from the burns. My eyes are already very puffy, but I can see chunks of flesh hanging off of my arms. My pants are burned away. I've got scars on the knees where the polyester had melted to me. The arms are completely a third-degree loss. I know I need to get to medical care as quickly as I possibly can.
But how did you're in the pain. Are you able mentally to overcome that intense pain to move to survival? How do you do that?
I know I was in absolute agony, but that is set aside because of the emotion of wanting to survive. Dominates your senses. The physical pain takes a back seat to the emotion of trying to survive.
Did you ever see the plane itself?
No, sir. But Jet A tastes, when you go to the gas station and you smell the fumes.
Yeah.
That's what it smelled like and tastes like.
So you tasted the plane that blew up in the Pentagon.
Well, it tasted the fuel.
Right.
I mean, I had an inhalation injury. In fact, while my external injuries are life-threatening in the highest degree, my most immediate life-threatening injury is I am asphyxiating because of what I'm breathing in. I'm not breathing oxygen, and I've got aerosolized jet fuel in my lungs. So even today, I've got the lungs of a 20-year smoker without a cigarette being involved.
That is crazy.
But
so you get medical care.
I did. I received my initial care from a great Air Force doctor named John Baxter. He was just coming down the staircase heading to the medical clinic. Dr. Baxter will take my shoes off because the only place he can find clean, unburned, undamaged flesh is underneath my shoes, the top of my feet.
Wow.
He puts the morphine in the right foot. He and Colonel Davitt put an IV in the left foot to get fluids in me. We get to Georgetown. I'm taken to Georgetown's IC, to their emergency room. And it's, again, by God's grace, two things. I'm the only casualty that arrives at Georgetown. So I've got that entire hospital's undivided attention. My eyes are nearly swollen shut, but I can still see through what looks like, slits in my eyes. And Dr. Williams comes to the left-hand side, and he says, Colonel Birdwell, we're going to do the best that we possibly can for you. And I can see in his eyes the gravity of what he's telling me. And I had survived inside the building. But the question of life or death that day had still not been answered.
So you're in the ICU, you're getting treated. When do you see your wife?
Mel will arrive somewhere around 4. I do not know she's there. I'm intubated, sedated. I'm unconscious. She said it's just one of the most ghastly things to see, even though you're wrapped up and bandaged. It's, that chunk of flesh there's your husband is just one of the most difficult moments for her.
And it was a few days later before you got to actually see and talk to her?
The things I remember most intensely, clearly being the emotion of it, not the physical appearance, not the detail. But I remember seeing Mel. I don't remember what day it was. I mean, she's told me it was the 13th, 2 days after the attack. Mel walked with me. She'll tell you that she nagged me through it. I'll tell people she dragged me through it. But you cannot experience the high intensity pain thresholds in a burn unit. And then what's really what's worse is while a burn is a terrible injury, what has to be done to you medically to survive it is far worse. Those seconds and minutes of you're just watching the clock and you are just pleading for the Lord to finish what the terrorists had started.
So you're lying there days after 9/11 and you're wishing you were dead.
Absolutely. The most emotionally intensive moment in ICU was when my son Matt finally gets to come in and see me. Dave, I've got a tube in every orifice of my body. I am wrapped like a mummy. Ugh. And all I can do is mouth to him. And he says, "I love you, Dad." He's wearing a ball cap. And I just mouth back to him, "I love you too, son." And when that was over with, Dave, that was in the same way, not parallel in its eternal ramification. But I was having my "it is finished" moment the same way the Lord was on that cross. I was ready to be done. I pleaded for the Lord to finish it. I hung on long enough to say goodbye to my son. It's an emotional and intense memory. But the blessings that have come in the last 23 years of still being in this great nation with all our maladies, but getting to see Matt, graduate high school and college and get married and then the grandkids that we have, all the things that we thought Mel would see as a widow. And, the Lord had a different purpose, Romans 8:28.
You got to start a new chapter in life. You recover, you have multiple, I know you had a lot of surgeries.
Yes, sir. The medical aspect took 4 years when you include the reconstruction. The scars are there, and so I don't look at my scars as something to hide. They're a blessing and a reminder of just how precious freedom is, both earthly and eternal.
You're a 9/11 survivor. It's been 23 years since that fateful day in this country. The Pentagon, one of the sites the hijackers attacked, and you were there, and you lived to tell what is a remarkable and horrifying story. We really appreciate it. Senator Brian Birdwell, a lieutenant colonel, retired now from the U.S. Army. We thank you for your service. We thank you for your time, and we really appreciate you being with us.
You are welcome. Happy to have served. My treat and my privilege to join you today.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Labor Day means back-to-school clothes for the kids, and that means a lot of laundry for you. There may not have been a deal on Little Debbie's designer denims, but you can save $300 on this Whirlpool top-load washer to make sure they last. There are more ways to wash with this 2-in-1 Whirlpool washer with removable agitator for only $4.49. The Labor Day sales event is going on now at Gerhardt's Appliances, where 80 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Who are our region's leaders in supplier diversity and economic development? Join WBEC East on Thursday, October 10th at our Desserts and More, an annual award celebration. Network with women business owners and entrepreneurs and the supplier diversity professionals making a difference in the tri-state area. Enjoy a full buffet of desserts from women-owned bakeries and celebrate the sweet success of women business owners. Thursday evening, October 10th. Register online, WBECEast.com or call 215-790-9232.
Now, your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do. Bring your ideas to life at Dell.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Donald Trump accusing Kamala Harris of flip-flopping on certain issues, including the border, during the ABC News presidential debate.
Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country.
Harris critical of the former president's stance on crime.
I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault.
Trump on Fox's Hannity responding to the Harris campaign's request for a second debate.
Again, the reason you do a second debate is if you lose, and they lost.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
After weeks of speculation, the United States men's soccer team has a new leader. The U.S. Soccer Federation announced Mauricio Pochettino as the next head coach of the men's national team on Tuesday. In a statement, U.S. Soccer Sporting Director Matt Crocker said in part, quote, Mauricio is a serial winner with a deep passion for player development and a proven ability to build cohesive and competitive teams. Pochettino takes over after Greg Berhalter was fired following the U.S. team's showing at Copa America, where they failed to reach the knockout stage. Pochettino will now lead the team into the 2026 FIFA World Cup. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Colorado football is a program built on sand, and that is Deion Sanders doing. It's plain and simple for everyone to see. This thing is going to crash. The winds are blowing, the stream is rising, and Colorado is crashing through the sand. This is not built on anything but pizzazz, empty transfer portal promises, not any effort put into high school recruiting. There is no foundation. There are programs built on solid rock with their coaching staff and how they have to build. Colorado is a program of sand. That's their foundation. Travis Hunter removing himself from the rest of his teammates and sitting on the bench by himself while everyone else huddles up and is talking about something different. Shedeur Sanders leaving the game early. Everything about that program, to me, is a program built on sand. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Fun, prizes, and surprises are in store for Fan Appreciation Night on September 25th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Cubs, and we celebrate the best fans in baseball. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Light up Citizens Bank Park for the final City Connect Friday of the regular season on Friday, September 13th at 6:40 when the Mets are in town.
It is long gone!
Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the fresh start Start initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, September 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app. And of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, back from the Bay Area. Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On a Wednesday in which probably lost in everything we will discuss today is the 23-year anniversary of 9/11. Sadly and tragically. Hard to believe, but here we are at last. Tony Bruno coming up at 9:30 this morning. That cut sheet at 7:45. Your calls, your voicemails. The voicemails specifically at 9:45. Dawn Stenzlin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
So, what is your favorite pizza topping? Jersey Shore towns. Which is the best? We'll get into it all this morning.
Yeah.
Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We'll do Mount Rushmores. We'll talk about a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? Debate night in Philly?
Wow.
Debate night in America?
Wow.
I'll say this, and I'm going to save a lot of my opinions for the big take and then all the conversation that the three of us and all of you out there in radio land will be having.
Yeah.
If you wanted something new and you wanted something different last night, you got it. Stark contrast from June 27th in Atlanta, Georgia. Stark contrast.
I'm very interested to hear what listeners think, too.
I am, too. I think I already know what everybody's... I'm so locked in this morning that I think I know what the audience will say. I think I know what Greg Stocker's going to say. I think I know what Dawn Stenzelin's going to say.
Yeah,
I certainly know what I'm going to say.
You don't know anything, buddy.
All right. Just when you think you know, I change the questions.
There you go.
Roddy Piper. And I know what the media is going to say.
No, the media's already.
In fact, before we get to Dawn's news here in about 60 seconds, let me just give you, as a little appetizer, a little hors d'oeuvre of what the mainstream media is saying this morning. I've got 5 sources in front of me. Legitimately wrote the headlines down on my handy-dandy legal pad. CNN, quote, Harris tried to throw Trump off of his game, and he repeatedly took the bait. MSNBC, Harris' forceful attacks put an angry Trump on defense. The New York Times, Harris puts Trump on defensive in fierce debate. The Washington Post, Harris crisply attacks Trump, prompting retorts with fiery rhetoric. And then lastly, Philadelphia Inquirer, Harris and Trump spar. She landed punches, and he took the bait.
Well, let me ask you guys this: we can have the discussion of how that all happened, how that all came to be, which I'm fine with. But I don't know if a lot of those headlines are wrong. I don't know if any of those headlines are wrong.
I don't think they are wrong actually at all. Prelude to what's coming up in about 10 minutes on the Big Take. And also a major endorsement came down last night.
Oh my God.
I told you it was going to happen. I told you.
I was just watching somebody who said, well, she's never waded into politics before, and I don't see her doing it this time. Okay.
Yes,
just stop listening to people. Stop listening to people on social media.
Uh-oh.
Maybe we should also give the former president that advice too. Stop listening to social media.
I will address that as well. Well, let's get to the news. I'm sure there was lots of shootings and bad things happening in Philadelphia, and for all of that and more, the great Dawn Stenzelin for round number 1 at 6:05.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Indeed. This Wednesday, September 11th. A Philadelphia police officer who has been hospitalized ever since he was shot during a traffic stop back in June has died. Officer Jamie Roman, who served in the 25th District, died yesterday. Commissioner Kevin Bethel said that Officer Roman was surrounded by his family and had bravely fought since the shooting, fought to survive. The suspect in this case, 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez, is still being held on $12.5 million bail. And Officer Jamie Roman was one of 2 officers who pulled over Vasquez. At that time, he had no license. The car was not registered. And officers, if you recall the story, had called a parking authority tow truck, allowed Vasquez and 3 friends who arrived at the scene in another vehicle after the traffic stop to retrieve some items from the vehicle. And that's when officers saw a holster, confronted Vasquez, who then ran off but fired 3 times toward police, hitting Officer Roman in the neck. His partner was able to return fire, but Vasquez was not hit, and then went on to allegedly carjack the driver of a minivan, then entered 2 homes. Remember this? Held a homeowner hostage. It was SWAT officers had to surround the home, and ultimately Vasquez fired at police. And then we had learned that, in fact, his criminal records had shown that this suspect fired on officers in Puerto Rico after an alleged carjacking.
Yep, this is precisely yesterday why I said I believe officers have every right and should be able to use a lot of resources and tools at the scene of a crime to get the scene under control so they are safe, secure, and protected, and tragedies do not happen like this.
And Americans across the nation commemorating the 23rd commemoration of September 11th, 2001, including our area, hit particularly hard in Lower Bucks County. People will gather, coming together
to honor the victims of the terrorist attacks with several commemorative events scheduled throughout the area. I believe the day's observances begin 8:30 this morning at the Garden of Reflection there in Lower Makefield Township, and it's right there on Woodside Road. This memorial hosting a morning ceremony that adheres to the chronological timeline of the 9/11 attacks. And it'll feature readings, the tolling of bells, moments of silence at those specific times when each plane crashed on September 11th, 2001. We'll have faith-based leaders there and expect, usually we have pretty big crowds.
Phil, if you're on YouTube, Phil has the timestamps up of when each tower was struck. It's a great work out of Phil. North Tower 846, South Tower 903, Pentagon 937, 959, the South Tower collapses. Flight 93 crashes in Pennsylvania at 10:03. North Tower collapses at 10:28. Good work, Philip.
Don't you feel the farther we get removed from this, the more people kind of forget?
Yes.
I know that's how life usually works.
Right.
And
and after the debate last night, most people won't even think about it today.
Well, that's the other thing too, is I feel like it's being, because of the debate last night, maybe we shouldn't have done it on the 10th. You know what I mean? For the analysis on the 11th, maybe we should have waited a couple of days just to, give 9/11 the proper respect. I mean, we're going to be guilty of it too, because that's what we're going to talk about all day here today too. But it's what I believe our audience wants, so that's what we're going to do.
Yep.
But I just like, are they doing something in schools today? Or
yes,
they are.
I would hope so.
That's good.
I would certainly hope so. I had back to school night last night with my daughters, with parents and teachers, and we were there for about an hour and a half. But yeah, I would like to think so. I would hope so.
Yeah, all the schools, private and public, I know my kids' schools, they're everybody's doing that and does it every year.
Yep, as they should.
We had, obviously from our area, we were particularly hard hit, and including there, I had mentioned Lower Bucks County, because just in Lower Makefield, you had 18 victims. So you think of that community in particular, and we've reported live from the fire company there. By the way, the Edgeley Fire Company in Bristol Township is asking us to put this out. They're offering a quiet space. Fire Company September 11th Memorial, located on the side of the station. They're on Edgeley Road, open to the public for those who wish to pay their respects individually, or as well stop by, to Greg's point, maybe bring by your children, younger family members who weren't even born at that time, to make sure that they know what happened and the sacrifice. The events remember and honor nearly 3,000 lives lost on that tragic day in 2001, and then to reflect on its impacts, because obviously we have first responders we still talk about who went in bravely, courageously, and were killed or still suffering from the medical, from going in and breathing all of that.
I can't imagine what it's like to have to deal with that 23 years later with lung issues and neurological issues. Just awful.
And so, I'll pause here because Nick has a great big take and that big endorsement that's coming up that we want to talk about as well.
It pains me. Honest to God, I'm going to say something controversial, 6/11. It pains me that on a day like today, we have to spend time talking about politicians and Taylor Swift because they are what's the opposite of good?
Attention whores?
Yeah. So on days like today, I feel like we need to remember, what happened on September 11th.
I remember vividly where I was. I've said this story before. I was in the guidance counselor's office, first period, 8:46. I worked for the guidance counselor to hand deliver tasks to different teachers and go get kids that were in trouble. The principal wanted to see them, the whole bit. And they had little old CNN on this little brown wooden TV that was barely color in 2001. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching the first plane hit, and I'm like, the hell is happening here? And then we ended up having a football game on Friday night. It wasn't canceled, and it was there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Yeah.
So we are sponsored this morning by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, hire candidates all year round, schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. And Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsors sports and weather. So Bryce Harper speaking out after what happened. Phil's won, beat the Rays 9-4, but it was what happened when Nick Castellanos was struck by a 96-mile-an-hour pitch. And, Bryce Harper, going after Ray's right-hander, Edwin Uceda, who I think, is he was ejected correctly, but he denies it. He says it was, just an accident. But, Bryce Harper hollering at him, and you see him come out there, and Uceda doesn't turn around, which was wise on his part.
Yeah.
But others, saying this guy was he was just mad that he was doing poorly.
Yeah, well, and then, you get hit by a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. That stings like the dickens. I got to tell you, if I ever got hit by a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, I'd be out of work for a month.
I love that you
These
said
guys just jog down to first base.
I love that you say it stings like the dickens.
You like that?
Like you're
I cleaned that up.
97 years old.
I cleaned that up on the fly. Yeah,
that was
no
good.
No dump needed, sir.
But we're victorious, 6:40 again tonight, and another beautiful night for baseball.
Yeah, the Mets lost. By the way, I'm sorry, Don.
Please.
The Mets lost. By the way, so I think the Phillies are within striking distance of clinching the NL East.
Yeah, I think it's six. It's either 6 or 7 or 7 or 8 with. I forget how many games are left, but almost a mathematical impossibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we got that going for us.
There we go.
Which is nice. All right. So we are, so the forecast, mid-80s, beautiful weather. Yeah. Throughout the entire week, I think this is one of the most beautiful weather weeks we've had all year, quite frankly. And then into the weekend, it's summer. It is still summer officially. So 86 degrees for your Saturday, 87 for your Sunday. But keeping that humidity down, beautiful, bright, sunny days take us through the week. Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce store, helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:15 on a Wednesday. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, one and done in the city of brotherly love. Well, it's a wrap. The first and likely only debate to become the 47th president of the United States of America is in the books. And it was quite an interesting event as Donald Trump and Kamala Harris squared off at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia last night. Prior to 9 p.m., a handful of tidbits were revealed to the American public throughout the day, ranging from the stage and the setup of the debate, the podiums, how Pennsylvania suburban voters were handling the big day, and further investigations into just how radical Kamala Harris is and likely will be if elected POTUS on November 5th. But here is the bottom line. In life, there are two ways to give your opinion to someone or some entity. You can tell them what they want to hear, or you can tell them what they need to hear. Whether it's discussing your favorite politician or political party, whether it's your favorite football team, whether it's your own children and your own flesh and blood. I choose to say the latter, and it might not be what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. Donald Trump did not have a great night last night. Kamala Harris didn't have a bad night. ABC News had an atrocious night. Those, I think, are the three facts of the evening last night. Donald Trump wasn't great, but it doesn't mean he will lose the election. Kamala Harris was better than advertised and better than expected, considering the bar is incredibly low after Joe Biden on June 27th. Not only, though, do I think she cleared that bar, I think she cleared a lot of expectations that the American public had for her from a optics standpoint. But it doesn't mean that she will win the election. And when it pertains to last night's debate and what unfolded, it will come down to three things on how you view the outcome and who won last night's festivities. What was your opinion and who were you rooting for going into last night? That's number one. What media outlet or outlets or sources do you consume on the daily for headlines and takeaways? That's number two. And are you politically astute like our hardcore listeners? Or are you a casual, oblivious outsider who checks in for news and politics every 5 days for 9 minutes? That's the reaction and the way people will position things today based on their own lens and their own vantage point. But when it pertains to Kamala Harris, it was style versus substance. I actually think her style resonated with the casual political observer. Style-wise, she proved that she could stand up to Donald Trump. Substance-wise, she lied repeatedly and offered very little policy explanation and very little answers to the moderator's questions, including the first one on the economy. Again, style versus substance, and who the viewer is consuming and what the viewer is consuming. Her words matter. Donald Trump had the zingers. Trump had to be his own fact checker last night because ABC News is so in the tank for Kamala Harris, I almost vomited out of my ears. Trump was good on the economy. I thought Trump, even though I think the abortion issue is a loser, I think he stated his position on abortion quite well, bringing it back to the states. No matter whether you agree with that or not, I thought he framed that well. But Trump also went into the border and immigration too often, unprompted, especially when it wasn't the topic at hand. And where Trump shot himself in the foot is when he brought up the dog story about illegal immigrants allegedly, reportedly, unverifiably eating pets, and only made it worse when fact-checked by saying, well, I saw it on TV. Dude, that's like saying, well, it has to be true. I saw it on Twitter. ABC News, what a disgraceful outlet they are, but expected. If you listened to this show yesterday, we told you they had a 100% positive spin score on Kamala Harris since July 21st. And they had a 93% negative spin score on Trump. And David Muir is a total hack. What that was last night wasn't even in the ballpark for journalism, fair moderation, and impartiality. I also thought Kamala Harris got off to a bad and nervous start. Did you pick up on her breathing pattern on that loud, sensitive, hot microphone? It was obvious that her heart was beating a mile a minute the first 10 minutes of the debate. She wasn't breathing when she was talking. She also had a scripted answer on the opening question, which was a layup, and she didn't even answer it. That was, of course, the economy under her and Joe Biden's watch. But I also thought it was a bad look for her to be smiling and giggling during the allegations of weaponized government against Trump. That's not going to stick well with people. It confirms my belief that this is a weaponized persecution of Donald Trump. But I also believe she really settled in and calmed down after the opening jitters. And I give Trump, again, lots of credit for once again stepping into a 3-on-1 handicap match, because that's what it was, no question about it. Anybody objectively could sit back and say ABC News was super biased for Kamala Harris, and that's a polite way of putting it due to FCC regulations. If you heard my microphone, if I was mic'd up in my living room, we would probably get kicked off the air. It's something he's not afraid to do. It's also something Kamala can't and won't. He will step into the lion's den. And with the big finish, the truth is this. Going into last night, I believed that Kamala Harris had a wider range on scoring for the debate. She could crash and burn. She might have been able to win the election. Trump had a more narrow range, as polling has indicated. He's been steadily between 45 and 48%. So he might go up a point or two, down a point or two, but Kamala could be more like the gauge on your dashboard for the gas tank. I mean, she could go from empty to full to half full, and we portrayed and laid out for you what the mainstream media is telling you today, and I don't think they are wrong. But now let's get to the tape. I thought Trump landed a solid mic drop moment when he mocked Kamala Harris with a run spot run zinger when it pertains to Kamala copying and pasting Biden's economic policy. Listen and watch this.
She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run spot run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan.
I don't think she has a plan. I think he's absolutely right. I laughed out loud when he said that, and I'm assuming social media did as well. And he's talking about her website, which finally, yesterday, the day of the debate, she finally posted 4 little sections of policy on her official campaign website. She is a complete fraud on policy, but this election is not about policy and issues. We know that. But when it pertains to immigration and the border, I thought Trump could have dished out the statistics of illegals, and I'm saying beyond what he said, because he mentioned 15 million. He thinks it's more like 21 million. I thought he could have went deeper than that, and he could have mentioned the name Laken Riley. To my knowledge, up until about 10:15, he didn't say that name. Wasted opportunity. Instead, he goes down the rabbit hole of an unverifiable dog/pet eating story of illegals and offered a terrible reason why he even brought it up. Listen and watch this.
I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Laken Riley happened. This dog story has not been proven to be true. It made you look weird. Kamala Harris proved she can be a lying, dishonest, stone-cold disinformation and misinformation queen. Here was Harris spewing debunked claims multiple times from a variety of fact checkers, ranging from very fine people to bloodbath. Listen and watch.
But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
It is 100% unacceptable that those two stooges at the desk, the moderators I'm talking about, didn't fact check her on that. And of course, the bloodbath thing is about the automobile industry with the U.S. and United States relationship with Mexico. Fireable offense if the bosses were being objective, which we know they are not. But then Trump had another moment where I thought he beat Harris to the punch. Excuse me, I'm talking. Listen and watch.
In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
That was awesome. And it was like watching a professional wrestler steal the other wrestler's catchphrase when cutting a promo. I thought it was brilliant. It was brilliant timing. I think we all knew that those words were going to be uttered. We just didn't know by who and when it would happen. Trump gets the point there with the zinger in the short attention span crowd that loves social media clips. And that matters. But lastly, where I thought Harris took the fight to Trump was on the global stage. Not policy-wise, because Trump had peace. He had prosperity. We didn't have Russia, Ukraine. We didn't have the Middle East. But this is a sticking spot and a landing moment for the left if they were wondering, does Kamala have the backbone to call out a man? World leaders disgrace. I believe this landed You might disagree. Listen and watch this.
And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
Could be a complete lie, but it just might have landed with the oblivious. And again, it's kind of like hearsay. We have no idea behind closed doors if any world leaders called Trump a disgrace to Biden and Harris. But for the casual observer last night, they sit there and they say, okay. I really believe Americans, especially females who don't follow this stuff, saw and heard that, nodded their head and said, okay. But did anything really change? Or were minds made up entering last night? We know that this is an election with a very, very small sliver of undecideds. Prior to the debate, the New York Post spoke with suburban voters in Pennsylvania, right here in our listening audience, and they found out the following, quote, the 2024 presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is must-see TV Tuesday night. But crucial voters in Pennsylvania say even though they are tuning in, their minds are made up about 2024. Michael Riddell from Chester County is a decided voter, but he will be watching. Quote, I hope to get some direction for the country, more than for myself, he said. He will be voting for Kamala Harris. Quote, I think right now, our democracy is top of mind for me, he said. He is a registered Democrat, but was once an independent and hopes to go back to it someday. Quote, I agree with her policies, and I don't think Trump should be president, Riddell said. On the other side of the ledger, interestingly, in Delaware County, Kayla Quinn, female, said she will likely vote for Trump because she's frustrated about where her tax dollars are going, but she will still watch the debate. Quote, I'm looking for real arguments, not just petty back and forth, she said. I just want to see some real arguments and some real solutions brought up, end quote. So who was the winner? I think Kamala Harris was relatively good on how she projected to the people. Let me say that again. Projected to the people, not policy, not truthfulness, not track record, not success, but the optics and the projections to the political newcomers who don't consume this on a daily basis or didn't know her before. And how will the media portray it? Well, we told you what CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Philadelphia Inquirer said about 15, 20 minutes ago. And the bar incredibly low post-Biden, and the fact that we've seen and heard Trump 6 or 7 times before. And Trump's had a bad debate before in the past, so it's hardly curtains for him. And then ultimately, what impact did last night's debate have on the election? I think Trump stays about the same. I could see Harris close to the same, maybe a mild bump or two, a point or two. If you look at probabilities like Polymarket or the 538 with Nate Silver, Trump might drop a percentage or so. Harris might move up 2 or 3 points. But swing state polling is what matters the most. And swing state polling, I think, will probably remain about the same. But in Pennsylvania, which is where it all comes down to, things could have changed last night. And if this election does come down to Pennsylvania, which it likely will, I could see PA voters and females certainly now backing Kamala Harris. I really could. Wouldn't shock me, shouldn't shock you. But I think bottom line, status quo, 98% of people, 99%, they already made up their mind. And you either suffer from Trump derangement syndrome or you want to make America great again, despite all the moments last night, good, bad, and ugly. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, it's brought to you by Piazza Auto Group. If you are looking for exceptional offers on a new Hyundai, well, then you should visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester to get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the 2024 Tucson Hybrid, and Elantra. Shop online at piazzahonda.com today. 855-839-1210. We will take your calls all morning. Read your social media posts at 1210 WPHT and all of your comments in the YouTube chat. We'll get Dawn and Greg's reaction as well as we break it down all morning long. Debate night in America in the books. Cut sheet at 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. And we're back after this.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
40 days to lose up to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Scaling Company, 6:35 Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue here on September 11th. 855-839-1210 at 1210 WPHT. Take us wherever you go on the free Odyssey app and watch the show live on YouTube. Dawn Stensland, I'm sure you were dialed in and locked in last night, perhaps debating Larry Bear right in the living room as this was going on. Your observations, takeaways, reactions to what you saw last night from Trump, from Kamala, and from that wretched moderation duo from ABC News.
Well, first of all, I think that the best performance yesterday was Melania Trump. She released a video and, talking for the first time about her husband's, attempted assassination. And the way that she spoke was, it captured you and it was captivating. So I think she won the day. As far as the debate, I agree with all of the criticism of, so many people who said, oh, it was 3-1. And I said to Larry Bear, he said, stop calling me Larry Bear. I'm in the Wawa. And some guy goes, hey, Larry Bear. But I said to him, this is a Saturday Night Live skit from the point of the moderators, dressed and especially the Lindsay, who we don't really know as well. David Muir, obviously, is their main anchor. But, to me, it was a bit. The dark lighting, the weird, you didn't know the time frame. Usually in a debate, they say each of you have this many minutes. I don't know. It was differently formatted, and this dark set, and then each individual is lit. And so they were, I think even from the set, just to give some media analysis or television analysis, they did everything to equalize the two candidates to put them level. And then the moderators, I mean, it was like, there are no dead dogs, no dead babies. I mean, I thought it was a bit that you could really make fun of those moderators, that whispery, weird delivery they had. But I did feel it was biased. And when I think it was David Muir started asking the J6 question, I'm like, it just abortion. She went on and on. I just think that, so it was teed up against him. But with all of that said, he still should have knocked it out of the park. And he really needed to have more moments where he just stuck to what he was going to say. And wasn't that an old Ronald Reagan, soundbite that everybody quotes, where Reagan had said, just say what you prepared to say and don't take the bait, essentially. He took the bait.
Mm-hmm.
And, when she said people start leaving your rallies early, I was like, oh, do not even respond.
She did that just to
on purpose,
bait him, and it worked. It worked. Because that was where it all started, with him going down the rabbit hole of social media nonsense.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And also getting into, people don't leave your debates because, they don't show up to your debates, and we don't have to bus people in. And again, looking at those, viral social media clips from 13 conservative paid influencers on X, I don't know that landed. I thought overall she started off nervous,
yes,
but I thought he took the bait. And remember, we heard a lot of hey, Kamala is being prepped by this person and Hillary Clinton and that person, and Trump can be rattled. And you can actually, now maybe it's because I observe Trump on almost a daily basis, and he does have the orange complexion. There were a few moments where I felt like his blood pressure spiked, and you could see it in his face. And when he kind of went off of whatever script he had or whatever he had memorized, you could sense that it was like I'm getting emotional. And I think there's something with men, when you get emotional, you shut off sort of the logical component of your brain. And she ended up getting under his skin there.
She had his number from the second she walked on stage, walked over to him and shook his hand.
Yeah,
and
did you notice that?
Kamala Harris. And that was on purpose. She did that for a reason. It completely took him off guard because he wasn't ready to do that. And I believe that was all by design, and it really went downhill from there. Now, that being said, her opening statement was atrocious, and she was.
He looked.
You could see her hands
he looked confused. Like, why are you coming over here to shake my hand?
But she settled in, and once she settled in, she was laser focused on him and rattling him. Her point was not to. Her point was not to put forward her agenda. That was not her point, because she has no agenda.
Right.
So her point was not to put forward. Her point was to rattle Trump and show the American people, the undecideds, the three people who are undecided, how unhinged he is, in her opinion.
Go ahead, Dawn.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Her only goal was to not look like the lightweight.
Yep.
Right?
And she did that.
And so she accomplished that.
Mm-hmm.
And so the bar was so low for her, you know what I mean? That was his to lose in that respect. Politico's headlines, Trump wins the debate for Harris. The other one is how Harris beat Trump at his own game.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two Politico headlines. I will say this.
That is the common theme from the headlines today.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will say this. The one debate that was a disaster for the upcoming 2020 was when Trump and Biden just were two guys yelling at each other, calling each other a clown.
Yeah, grumpy old men.
It was like two grumpy old men. You're right, Greg. And this was not that.
Yep.
So this is not a KO by any nature. It's just that she did better than expected. I think it was 3-1, but that shouldn't have even mattered.
Yeah.
He's and by the way, he's been in those situations before with biased moderators.
Yep.
He has,
Mm-hmm.
and he's always been Good. He's lost some steam on his fastball. I'm telling you that last night if this was 2016, maybe even 2020, he would have thrown it right back at the moderators. He would have insulted the moderators. He would have said, "This is like, I don't even know why I'm here. It should just be you three." There are so many lines.
But did he lose his fastball, or has he been advised to be more presidential?
No, he's been on the road, like the Phillies when they're exhausted after a West Coast trip or whatever, and they have
Yeah, she's not exhausted.
See, I think
that's a good point.
But I think some of it was coaching from the standpoint of, hey, don't go after her because you're going to be labeled a bully. Don't make it about the fake news. Like I said yesterday, his strategy should be just run it back. Take the same approach you did in Atlanta. He didn't.
Say what you will about Chris Christie, and I know everybody has opinions on him, but when he was Trump's debate coach and Rich Zeoli was Trump's debate coach, he was way more prepared than he was with Laura Loomer and Tulsi Gabbard. So I'm a Tulsi Gabbard fan.
Failure on Tulsi on your part?
But just the social media rabbit holes he went down in last night, where 99% of the audience had no idea what he was talking about. The fact that he was even bringing that stuff up, that was coaching and guidance by people like Laura Loomer and Tulsi Gabbard. And they did him a huge disservice by that, because he doesn't know these stories. So it's people feeding him them.
Two things I'll point out. Here are my two things. Number one, it was Chris Christie, and he wrote this in his book, Chris Christie and Rich Zeoli. But remember, Chris Christie was the lead advisor prior to the clown grumpy old men debate. Mm-hmm. So I'll give Zeoli all the credit for the good one. Okay. And number two, remember that was Virginia Democrat Governor Ralph Northam. Remember him? And that's what Trump was talking about. I sent you guys the radio interview where he did say the mother, as far as the baby is born, again, guys, and if they need to recess, it's a quote.
I know it is. Air the audio. Talking about stuff that happened 7 years ago that the American people don't give a crap about.
Trump was legit, but to fact check him, the ABC News woman Lindsay, who said there are no whatever she said, there are no blah, blah, blah.
That was like her one little moment.
The truth is that if you fact check it, we can air it. The radio WTOP. You have former Democrat Governor Ralph Northam, and he did say it. He's a doctor, by the way, and he was ripped for that. So you can air it, but he did say it. Trump was not wrong when he quoted the former Virginia governor.
From a fallout perspective, the betting markets of Polymarket have gone 7 points in favor of Harris. Going into last night, Trump held a 8-point lead. He was up 53 to 45%. Now it is 49 to 49. So we've gone from mild Trump lead in the gambling markets to a coin flip. Trump down 3, Harris goes up 3 or 4 points. I'm also getting the tweets of people that didn't like the big take. And this was from our buddy Ed Nasta, who just copies me in on Jason Miller, oh, by the way, works for the Trump campaign, an official survey for Daily Express U.S. conducted by the Democracy Institute found 45% of respondents believe Trump won the debate, while 34% handed the victory to Kamala Harris. If you want to believe that from that one specific source, I'm telling you that's not the way the American public is looking at it today. But you can, live and believe whatever you want to believe, whatever makes you feel better and helps you go to sleep tonight with a warm glass of milk. Also, the CNN poll, Ed sends me this. Well, Trump did pick up points post-debate on the economy. Yes, and he should, because her answer was scripted and she didn't answer it, and it was atrocious. Before the debate, who would handle the economy better? Kamala Harris, 37%, Trump 53%. That went up to Trump 55% and Harris down from 37% to 35%. But that's one specific issue with a few different policies, mostly Trump policies, versus Harris's copy and paste job of Biden and Trump and Vance. But guys, yes, it's about the economy, stupid. But this election is not about issues. This election is not about proven track record versus incompetence. How many times do we have to tell you that? It's about Trump derangement syndrome. It's about facts versus feelings.
Because that's all they have.
That's all they have. It's abortion. And now here's an additional thing they do have, and I'm being fair and objective when I say this. Kamala Harris showed the American public, and by the way, the American public, for the most part, does not include this audience. This audience is a hardcore listening base to this station. I'm talking about the casual Tom, Dick, and Jane out there. They're sitting back as they're eating their popcorn, drinking their Diet Pepsi, and saying, Kamala Harris got a little bit of balls on her, doesn't she? That's what they're saying. If you don't accept that, if you can't believe that, then leave me alone, because I live in reality. I'm not sitting here this morning with my MAGA hat on. I'm telling you what happened last night. If you don't like that, I don't care. We'll talk about it. I'll give you my phone number, and I'll also explain to you the way the tooth fairy works. So you can live in that bubble. That's fine. But I try not to. Even though I'm rooting my ass off for Trump and I want her to go down in flames, that was not a great night for Trump. And that was not a bad night for Harris. The only thing I think objectively we all can say, ABC News should cease to exist. They have no credibility. That was a disgrace. And I'm not going to, and here's what's going to happen. Here's what you're going to get today, okay? From all the people that you follow on Twitter, like the Johnny Magas and these guys that spend their day tweeting about one man who's 78 years old, all they're going to do is gripe about ABC. Because there's not a lot of moments where you can sit there and say, Trump was on his A game. But I'm giving it to you from all three vantage points. The good, the bad, the ugly of Kamala, Trump, and ABC News. And by the way, there's no good with ABC. It was all bad and ugly. So if that bothers you, that's fine.
I don't think Trump had a quote unquote bad night. I don't. I just think it was as my kids say, mid. It was mid. And so I think that it's good that they're going to do a second debate now. That's a good thing.
They are?
Are they?
Yeah, that was the back and forth.
Oh wow. Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, so that was the latest one on there that they said that they would do a second debate.
Actually, can we?
Let's
Phil, can you wait? We're
Are we over? Yeah, we're way.
The clock today is going to be a mess. Phil, can you pull up cut 26? Do you have cut 26? This is Trump talking about whether he'll face Harris again, because yes, the Harris campaign wanted another debate. Do you have cut 26, Phil? If you do, just roll it. Maybe we don't have it.
That's fine.
All right.
We'll get to it.
Yes.
We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get that clip. And then let's get into what the apparently a second debate, what that means and if that's good for either of these candidates. And where will the second debate be? And then also we have to get to the endorsement that will probably be heard around the world today based on what came out of one person's mouth or social media account last night. Kayal and Company, we put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about Mercedes-Benz this morning. Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. What a vehicle this is. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside. Its touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with a surprising whopping 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Delaware, or down the shore, Atlantic City, New Jersey, or you can shop online right now. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
I try to stay away from using superlatives early in the season, but without hesitation, you can't overestimate the impact that Saquon Barkley will have on the Eagles. After running behind a weak Giants offensive line, the former Nittany Lion seems to rejoice each time Jalen Hurts gives him the ball. There's a reason he was the second overall pick in the 2018 draft. Barring injury, Barkley's potential is unlimited. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 6:55, Kayal and Company, as we get set for hour number 2. Dawn will have some news. We'll get to the cut sheet, all of that, but we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with your calls at 855-839-1210. Let me start first with Ed in Delran. Ed, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Ed, you go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Listen, let me tell you something. It made me so boiling mad last night, the way they ganged up on Trump 3-1. It was ridiculous, in my opinion. And let me tell you, they fact-checked him, but they sure didn't fact-check her at all.
Nope.
And they let her evade questions.
Yep, I agree. And the fact that she was able to find people on both sides and bloodbath, and that went unchallenged, just showed you how in the tank ABC was for her. 855-839-1210. Mike in East Norriton. Mike, you're next. You go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
I got you, pal. Go right ahead.
I watched the debate last night. I agree. I didn't think it was fair on the moderators fact-checking, but the thing I took away from it was you can see it appeared to me that the campaign trail, Donald looked a little tired, but rightfully so. He's been out in the public so much. She did look well-rested. She had that smile on her face that was kind of trying to get him to take the bait, which I do think he did. Unfortunately, I think that the country is heading in the wrong direction, and I do hope that most people who got a takeaway from it that he has the right plan for us, and we need to turn the page, but turn the page in the right way, not turn the page in the wrong.
Mike, more importantly, were you at a local Wawa in the last day or two?
I did want to tell Dawn that I I am the guy in Wawa who spotted your husband a couple months back. He came into the store. I recognized him. And I said, hey, Larry. And he turned around and I said, just tell Dawn I try to listen as much as I can in the morning. And I like the affectionate name that she calls you, Lair Bear. And he started laughing. And he kind of, when he comes into the store, I don't call him Lair Bear anymore. But I do say hello to him when I do see him in the store. So I'm the guy. I'm Mike in Fort Washington.
Gotcha. There he is. Mike in Mike Fort Washington, Mike East Norton, all the same. Lair Bear. I like that. There you go. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will come back. Second debate. Does it help Trump? Does it hurt him? Same thing with Harris. And what is the impact of a major endorsement from America's biggest star? We'll get to that as we continue. The cut sheet at 7:45. The news up first when we come back. Stay right there.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Do-it inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day Mega Sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Pending approved credit. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Take an e-car, buyers. This time of year, Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevy know it's all about penetration. Good, sustained market penetration. Are you ready for some savings? Score with end-of-model year savings at Dell Chevrolet. No need to fight for every inch at other dealers. Dell Chevy always sees a hole and gets right up in there with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Right now, get out of your old car or truck and into a new vehicle and keep your payments the same or maybe even make them less. No holds, no illegal touching, just clean blocking from bad deals. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet. Don't get caught from behind. Keep running to Dell Chevrolet for end-of-model year savings. Dell Chevy is close, located on Route 30 in Paoli. No matter where you are, Phoenixville, Westchester, Delaware County, you're just minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Se habla español.
Jack, sell it for less.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
I never thought you'd hurt me. I guess you live in love. Only flames fly, you're bound to get burned.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:04 as we continue hour number 2. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you will find out, and surprise, surprise, number 1, yes, it's at 7:45, and number 2, it will be all about the debate last night. Tony Bruno from Florida at 8:30. Your voicemails coming up at 9:45, and your calls. Open phones all morning long, like always, 855-839-1210. Get us on the Odyssey app, that's for free. Watch us on YouTube, that's for free. Everything is free. That's what we do for you. 855-839-1210. All right, second debate. Will it happen? Where should it occur? Who does it benefit? We'll chop that up in a little bit. And also the Taylor Swift-Kamala Harris endorsement as well. What impact, if any, will that have? We'll get to all of it. But first, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored by Indeed in Kayal and Company News Live. The body of a Philadelphia police officer, Jamie Roman, was led by his fellow officers to a funeral home early this morning. He is the Philadelphia police officer who's been hospitalized ever since he was shot, gunned down during a traffic stop. This happened back in June, and we received word actually last night from the police commissioner, Bethel, that in fact Officer Jamie Roman had lost his battle to survive after that shooting. He served in the 25th district, and he was, we're told, surrounded by family, had bravely fought since that shooting. This is the case of 36-year-old Raymond Rodriguez Vasquez being held right now on $12.5 million bail in the situation. And I had detailed it during the 6 o'clock news as to what happened here. But the bottom line is this was a police officer who should have been able to do a routine traffic stop, gunned down by this suspect, who we later learned, in fact, back in 2011, had fired on officers in Puerto Rico after an alleged carjacking. And so many questions still surround the situation. Why was he able to flee Puerto Rico, come here, and now essentially do the same thing? So we have that going on this morning. Just the FOP Lodge 5, and a lot of love and prayers, and say a prayer for the Roman family. He has a wife and children. So, and it's a reminder for, families who behind the badge, and that's something that, you've been very involved with, Nick and Greg, in fundraising. Greg Stocker Sucks, which he does not suck, but GregStockerSucks.com.
According to the chat today, I do. So
depends on which sources you look at.
But thank you.
Who's saying stuff about you in the chat?
Yeah, I just people are just like we are.
You know what, Greg? You do it to yourself, pal.
You
do it to yourself.
The debate wasn't as bad as we were saying,
Well,
and
you know,
I think MAGA Man thinks that I know everything, and I portray like I know everything. I'm like, okay, you guys can believe what you want. You know what I mean?
In your defense, you've been doing this for 20 years, but just as far as Trump winning, I don't know if this means anything, but I'm a little surprised. I just got a text from an anonymous texter. Greg, you probably know who it is. C-SPAN's Twitter poll from last night, over 170,000 votes. Who won the debate? 75% say Trump.
Wow.
I didn't expect that coming from a C-SPAN Twitter feed, but well, whatever.
Tell Harry thanks.
And I will say this, that we needed last night for Trump. The one thing I disagree with Greg about is that Trump did not lose his fastball, but what he learned is, the night before the Super Bowl, you don't want to be playing a game out on the West Coast and then travel.
I didn't say he
to the
lost
East
it for
Coast.
good. I just said he didn't have it last night.
He didn't have it last night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So just had didn't have. So here's the thing that Trump, my God, look at the last not even 2 months of his life, but since the time he was shot, went right into the RNs. It's been a whirlwind since July 13th for him. And so you think about that, 8 weeks of his life. At any age, if you're 20 years old, you'd be exhausted.
It's been a whirlwind 8 weeks for me since my family moved back up here. I'm shot too.
Yeah, see? So think about that. So think about what he's been through. He has never slowed down, and this is an opportunity now, Mr. President. We hear that sometimes you watch or listen. So take a breath. Take a breath for yourself. Take a moment, and during the next debate, just slow down on the rallies and focus in on it. Seriously, and don't listen to anybody else. Don't let anybody else get into your head,
right?
Because he has great instincts.
Yes.
We'll stop listening to.
Don't listen to what I said.
Social media people.
Yeah, don't listen to social media. And unfortunately, I think Fox was among the news sites that were reporting that dogs were being eaten in Springfield, Ohio, or whatever.
So, by the way, stop sending me the article of things that this person did and this person says this.
Me?
It's stop. It's just stop.
Me?
No, not you. I'm talking to listeners. What did you see this? What did you see this? Social media lies to you. Let me say that again. Social media lies to you. Thank you.
Meanwhile,
I don't get my news from social media. And for those of you criticizing Greg, do you know, because our buddy boy died, do you know Greg and Stephanie Stocker? Here's Greg. They said, I get this beautiful box, this beautiful package. I was like all teary.
Wait. Your dog died?
Didn't I tell you?
No.
I'm a horrible person.
Buddy
I'm so
Boy,
sorry.
the dog that you live with, Buddy Boy.
Buddy Boy.
The one we talk about on the show.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
I thought I told you.
No.
I'm so sorry.
Well, when did this happen?
It happened right around Labor Day.
Oh.
Over the long weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dawn. I did not know that. I'm a big dog fan, as you know.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm so sorry I didn't tell you.
Yeah.
And so Greg and Steph sent this beautiful box with, like food and comfort food and chocolate chip cookies.
You don't have to do this.
I know I don't have to, but people
Greg's
are
trying to maintain
saying
his
stuff
hard
about
radio
you.
image.
I know he probably doesn't want me to. But, we kind of cried had a verklempt moment in the hallway. And so that's Greg. Greg has so much heart. And so.
Thank you. Wow. We used to I didn't. This is
I know
still the news, right? You didn't have to.
Okay, sorry.
Well, it's news to me that Buddy died.
I'm sorry.
I enjoy taking bullets. You know what I mean? Like
he likes looking like he likes looking like a tough guy, but he's got a soft heart. I'm just going to say. But in any event, we have so much going on locally, nationally. And as we think as a nation, 8:30 this morning, that is when commemorations really begin across the country. And of course, in our region, for example, in Lower Bucks County, the community coming together to honor the 23rd anniversary of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks with many commemorative events scheduled across the region. So here in Philadelphia, Bucks County particularly was hit very hard with 18 people alone in Bucks. And so we think of those families, and whether or not you were born at that time, there are so many commemorations, including the Garden of Reflection, which is so beautiful. I guess they did not hold their candlelight evening ceremony this year. So I guess they're not doing that. They're going to do it for the 25th anniversary in 2026. But certainly we're holding them in our prayers and making sure that we honor the dead, and as well those first responders still battling the health problems after bravely running in and trying to help recover after that horrific terrorist attack. So we also have in Philadelphia work underway right now to break down the security perimeter around the National Constitution Center after the presidential debate last night. So crews are still removing the last of the fencing and the barriers to fully reopen that area around the site, and it's expected to take still a couple more hours. I will say I just had seen an update that PennDOT is doing these rolling closures around that area. So just a heads up, if you're commuting, if you're coming in, that they had, within the past half hour, closed, for example, the I-676 eastbound ramp to the Ben Franklin Bridge. That was shut down again this morning. So they're doing these rolling closures, so just pay attention to that. Heads up on that one. And as far as debate reaction, I know we'll get to more on the debate reaction. Tulsi Gabbard, she had X'd out, and not tweeted out, but this debate is 3 versus 1. But Chris Christie had put out the word that those moderators should be fired. So just some reaction as we look at that.
Chris Christie did?
Chris Christie.
And that's ABC's his former employer.
No, it's
no.
Or current employer.
He was saying, excuse me, did I say the moderators?
Yeah.
I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay.
He said the Trump's prep people.
Oh, well.
Pardon me.
Well,
okay. Thank you for catching that.
I was going to say, man, he wants David Weir fired. That's a take.
I don't agree with Chris Christie on much, but he is correct on that. His debate moderators or debate coaches should be fired.
Coaches, yeah.
Well, that's what you were saying earlier with Tulsi Gabbard and Laura Loomer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have all of that going on. And Tay-Tay, who's expected to sweep up in the VMA rewards this evening, issued minutes after last night's high-stakes presidential debate. The pop star Taylor Swift shared a lengthy Instagram post. I'm sure that everybody saw it, saying that she'll be voting for the Veep Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Somebody were saying that she can now kiss her Republican Trump supporting fans goodbye. Do you think she has a lot of them?
I'm not sure that she does, but whatever ones that she does, I think you talk about cults. I'm going to get ripped for this. The Swifties are a cult.
It's true. Oh, 100%.
So which is why I know every time I rip Taylor Swift on Twitter, my mentions explode.
Everybody can poo-poo this, but what Massa Taylor wants, she gets. We'll talk. I mean?
Yeah, we're going to break that down as well as the second debate after the news for sure.
She signed her post, Taylor Swift, childless cat lady.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the way that she...
I'm going to bite my tongue until next segment.
Okay, sir. A lot going on.
How's that pic of J.D. Vance looking?
I know.
Should have listened to Dawn. Dunn had Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Yeah, I don't think she would have said that.
Nope. And we do have some important economic news. If you're wondering why you look at the futures, they were down today. There's more economic news to be released today, so we'll be watching the markets and as well the latest economic news. That'll be huge when it comes out. But we're sponsored by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and then conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
By the way, speaking of the Taylor Swift endorsement, Elon Musk, bro, stop being creepy. Did you see what he tweeted about this?
No, I didn't.
He offered to give Taylor Swift a child.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to offer a child, but, what happens before the child's created, yeah, I'm down with that. You see her at that Chiefs game last week, bro? Those boots.
How many kids?
She neuters men, though. Have you seen Travis Kelce with his dumb hair now?
I know, and his mustache.
And his mustache. Oh, again, his mustache. He's singing along with her, and ugh.
Maybe for November 6th, if we get the results, and regardless of the results of the election, maybe I'll come in one day and I'll just have nothing but a mustache for a show. I'll do the Travis Kelce mustache on YouTube.
My answer to Taylor Swift, though, is that if she and Travis have a baby or whatever, she can afford to have her baby.
Oh, yeah.
She can afford to have her baby. A lot of families after relations are doing Plan B because in this economy they're saying, you know what, we can't risk getting pregnant right now because of this economy. We just can't afford it.
Yeah, I can't afford to have my kids either. By the way, my kids are for sale.
Stop it.
Wendy said no one is voting for Harris because of Swift. Okay.
I'm going to save my take for after the news.
Okay.
Wendy, I hope you're right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm going to have a little coffee here.
Okay.
But it's not, the thing about it is, it's not a surprise.
No, of course
endorsement.
not.
No.
No.
We all figured.
We all knew she wanted to.
Yeah. But by the way, was she waiting for Harris to not suck?
I think that
yes.
I think if she would have sucked in that debate,
she would have been quiet.
It would have, yes. Because notice there was nothing for Biden after the 27th.
That is correct.
The June 27th debate.
Yep. Bing,
That's
bing.
a good point.
Yep.
So we are sponsored in our forecast by American Heritage Credit Union. We talked about the fact that our Phils beat the Rays last night, and 6:40 tonight, another beautiful night for baseball this evening. So we're still rocking it in the 80s, low to mid 80s the rest of the week, and then the weekend 86, 87-ish. But the trend this week, just an incredible summer-like week because we're still in summer. And so it's beautiful weather. 85 today will be the high. But right now we're at 58 degrees. Is it 58 even?
I've got 62.1.
62.1,
okay.
according to the Kayal Company Doppler radar on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, everybody watching right now, please hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button on today's show, even if you don't like it. And also, please hit the subscribe button. I really, really, really need you. It's all free. Hit the subscribe button. We need to get in people's algorithms so more people consume the show that you love or hate so much.
So Greg Stocker says, even if you don't like it, push the button,
Yeah.
please.
And we don't really care if you love it or hate it as long as you listen to it.
Don't worry, I'll be gone soon. It's fine.
What? You're not allowed to leave me.
I did that just for you, Dawn.
I know.
Don't
He's
worry.
like, don't say it. American Heritage Credit Union. I'm going on to the sponsor. Buying a home with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union. Unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, discounts. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. The official endorsement, the words of Taylor Swift, we will give you those. And more importantly, and I want to stress more importantly, what should happen and should debate number 2 happen? And when will we get it? We'll get to that next here on Kayal and Company.
So you've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I love the work that the Chapman family team has done on my home, and soon they'll be back for some new improvements. This is the time of year, right, when you think about heading into the holiday season, entertaining. And so whether you need some windows, door, they really do it all, and they do an incredible job. But if you're thinking about updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a brand new front entry door up to the value of $500. And oh my goodness, an updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home, increase resale value, but also it's just a quick makeover, if you will. Just gives your home a whole new fresh look, especially coming into the fall season. So whether it's a single door, double door, or a door with the side lights, that's what I have. Chapman's experienced project consultants are going to help you choose the perfect new front door for your home. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, or that front door, they really do it all. Give them a call, text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. They're local. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. Visit them online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education, and an indoor pistol range open daily.
I have heard of children crying and gunfire in the night. Freedom seems so far away, but still the people fight. Freedom is a fragile gift that has a heavy price. Battles won and battles lost, and many gave their life. What some men take for granted, others never see. To speak their mind and have no fear and live a life that's free. This happened in a foreign land not too long ago. Freedom is the greatest gift that everyone should know. To safeguard all our liberties and keep our country free, it's not up to the government, it's up to you and me.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
The Cubs make their way to South Philly on Monday, September 23rd and Tuesday, September 24th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, September 25th at 6:05. Join the action and snag your seats today at Phillies.com. Be first in line to secure a 2025 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale with a deposit. Get benefits such as price savings, great seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Chase wants everyone to be able to have a place of their own. That's why we offer mortgages that help you purchase your new home with down payments as low as 3%. To find out more about our low down payment options and other ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality, visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. Loan amount, loan value, and loan product type limits apply. Geographic restrictions may apply for jumbo loans. Products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Other limitations and restrictions apply. Home lending products provided by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, equal housing opportunity.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Businesses to watch. Hello, this is Armin, president of Armin Chevrolet. What can I say in the next 60 seconds that is going to make you buy a car? Absolutely nothing. The Armin team has been servicing the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley for 40 years. What makes Armin Chevrolet different from other dealerships? That's simple, our people. From the first time you visit our showroom, service or body shop, you can expect to be treated like family on each and every visit. Armin Chevrolet always offers competitive pricing, expert automotive service, and a dedication to exceptional customer service. Visit ArminChevy.com to learn more about what makes Armin Chevrolet a customer service leader in the Delaware Valley. All I ask is that before you buy, lease, repair, or maintain your vehicle, you consider Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Tony Bruno, 1 hour from now, live from Florida. The cut sheet, all of the debate clips coming up at 7:45, which means we are just 15 minutes out. Before we get to that, though, the endorsement of Taylor Swift and also the second debate. Let's get the Swift nonsense out of the way because I think the second debate is obviously more paramount. But I do think the Taylor Swift endorsement matters. I posted a poll question on X. Will Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris have an impact on the election? 67% say no, 33% say yes. I actually think that's an accurate sample. I think it's probably 2-1 that it won't. But the fact that 1/3 of people believe that, I actually believe they are actually on the right side because I don't think her endorsement matters exponentially. But in a razor-thin election, I mean, think about this. Georgia decided by 10,000 votes. Easily flippable for Trump. But you factor in a Swift endorsement, maybe that works against him. Same thing Arizona. 11,000 votes. Pretty easy to flip that. Pennsylvania is going to be more difficult, 154,000 vote difference from 4 years ago, but still, I think Taylor Swift will have an impact. Now let me rip her for this ridiculous post. Quote, she said this on her Instagram, "I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth." To which I just want to provide a little editorial here and be like, you know what? Let's not talk about misinformation last night, Swifties, all right? Because Kamala was spewing debunked lie after debunked lie, Charlottesville to bloodbath, on and on and on and on. And you could be transparent, Taylor, but we all know you were going to endorse Kamala as long as she didn't crash and burn. She says, "I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who has been standing up for, get ready for it, LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right for her own body for decades. Now, here's another thing where I have an issue with. She says, "I've done my research and I've made my choice." I don't think Taylor Swift was spending hours upon hours doing research. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to the first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. I'll link where to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. Guys, I get there's like a double-edged sword here. It's like a double whammy. You hate Taylor Swift. I got that. You hate early voting. I got that. But when Taylor Swift is sitting out here advocating for mail-in ballots, I'm just going to remind you, election day does not start November 5th. It starts September 16th. So you can cry and kick and scream like a 5-year-old being drug out of the mall, or you can start voting on September 16th. Taylor Swift is going to increase the early lead for Democrats if you sit on your computer from September 16th through November 5th tweeting about how you hate mail-in ballots. If you want to start 400,000 votes in the hole, knock yourself out. But I'm telling you, Democrats are going to have the lead if you don't embrace what Donald and Laura Trump have been telling you to do. The system sucks, but it is what it is. Embrace it and utilize it like the Democrats do, or lose. That's up to you. So, do you guys think that the Swift endorsement matters? Because I would say yes, and they can rip me all they want. I believe the Swifties are a cult, and if you're a parent or a father of daughters, you can verify what I'm about to say. Last October, when that Taylor Swift Eras Tour concert that was put in movie theaters was out at the theaters, I saw women in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. I don't know that I saw them in the 60s or 70s, but certainly 20 through 50. Yeah. Dressed, it was just like the Barbie movie in the summer. They were dressed up like 16-year-old girls on prom night.
Somebody said, well, Taylor Swift has like the 15-year-old endorsement. That's not. Taylor Swift has been around a long time. She does not
almost 20 years.
She does not have the 15. Yes,
millennial moms.
Yes,
correct.
There are a lot of people, of women of voting age, that buy into all her nonsense and all her crap.
Yes,
and will she's reaching the like low information, uninformed voter.
Correct.
And if you think that there's not a sliver, maybe more than a sliver, that are going to do it just because she says it, you're fooling yourself. And by the way, these elections come down to a sliver of people.
Trump is already fighting an uphill battle against single, childless, career-oriented suburban females. You don't think Taylor Swift just made it more difficult for him? Yeah. You're outside of your ever-loving mind.
The right now on the because Phil just put up the same poll on YouTube. Okay. Does Taylor Swift's endorsement matter right now? Let me see where we are here. 54% say no.
Okay, well, it's almost a coin flip.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, it only has to be 46%. It only has to be 33%. If it's 10%. I mean, I remember about a year ago, roughly, don't quote me on the date, but she had some other sort of post where she was encouraging people to register to vote, or maybe it was even registered to be a Democrat. But she got like 30,000 new registered
35.
Democrats. Yeah. 35. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about that. 35 right there. That includes that could flip Arizona and Georgia. If Arizona and Georgia was going to go Trump by like 3,000 votes, Well, that just gave it right back to Kamala Harris.
45,000 people. Let me repeat that. 45,000 people in a couple swing states decided the last election. 45,000 people.
Yep.
She registered 35,000.
Right.
So just remember that.
I will say, when Senator Marsha Blackburn was up for re-election, Taylor Swift had endorsed her opponent who lost.
Mm-hmm.
So she, in her home state of Tennessee.
Yep, and I know Marsha.
Yeah, she did not. Taylor Swift did not sway that election.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, obviously, Marsha Blackburn is very popular there,
Mm-hmm.
but is Taylor Swift on a national level? So she did not impact a local election or a statewide election.
Right.
So now, what does that mean on the national stage for a presidential election? I don't really know. To Greg's point, these elections are so tight, but I really, honestly, you think of Springsteen here in Philadelphia before the 2016.
I agree with that, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. It's different, though. It's different, though. It's different. People are not, waiting on their hands and knees waiting to hear who Bruce Springsteen endorses. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing with Trump last night. He talked about Virginia. I think it would behoove him to use the line that Glenn Youngkin has talked about, the pain threshold.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that if Trump says that we have to think about the pain threshold. In Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz signed into law and repealed a Babies Born Alive Act. What that means is that an estimated at least 5 babies in Minnesota, the last time they kept the stats, which was 2021, 5 babies who were during an abortion were born alive and they quote unquote died. So, Trump was not wrong. And with the ABC moderator, Lindsay, when she said no babies in America are killed or executed after the abortion, well, the truth is that because of the repeal of the Born Alive Act in Minnesota, Trump was correct. You can please do your own homework. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. That is a real deal. And Tim Walz actually repealed that Born Alive Act such that abortions can be performed if the fetus is born alive. They actually have on record the fact that they, can do what they do.
855-839-1210. Christopher in South Jersey can feel my pain. Christopher, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning. You just have Dawn talking about homework. I'm the father of 3 daughters. Last night, one of my daughters had homework to watch the debate. Mm-hmm. Within the first minute, when they were asking Kamala if the economy was better, and she went off on that tangent, my little daughter, my 14-year-old, goes, "Look, she's deflecting." And I laughed my head off, and I said, all we have to do is be good parents. Our kids are going to pick up on that. And I'm listening to you guys this morning. I love everything I hear. Teach your children, man. It doesn't matter if they're Swifties. My kid went to the Eras tour up in Glassboro at the planetarium thing. They are independent-minded, but we as good parents, we can still make a difference. And I just want to say to all the parents out there, keep plugging away. Trump 2024, we got it.
All right, Christopher, thank you
positive energy
for the call. Let's go. We'll stay in New Jersey. Lou is in Hamilton. He's up next. Lou, go right ahead.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Great show. Great show as always. Listen, she won on performance. She got under Donald Trump's skin, and that's all she did. She had no substance whatsoever.
Right.
Donald Trump had the facts. If there's going to be a second debate, Donald Trump should absolutely agree to having notes because he has the facts on his side. And as far as Taylor Swift goes, let me just say this. I'm on my way into work today at a manufacturing facility, and people are going to be laid off today because of the economy.
I'm sorry.
It's all about the economy. Those people will not be sending their daughters and their wives to an Eras concert because they're not going to be able to afford it.
Yep.
Great show. Keep up the work. Love you guys.
All right, Lou. Thank you very much, and sorry to hear about some of your coworkers and colleagues.
Sucks.
Yeah, it does. We'll wrap here with Charlie in Philadelphia. Charlie, you're next up. You go right ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I think personally that Trump scored a victory in just controlling himself because I thought he was going to get a few minutes into there and like explode. I mean, everything she says is just a lie. I mean, she wants to redo the border now and this and that and the other. She hasn't done nothing in 4 years. What's the change now? And I mean, where's she had for 4 years? Under the bed with Biden? I mean, what? And I thought he was. I'm sure his handlers told him, you got to control yourself. That's the main thing. Because if you snap out, you're going to look like a caveman. And you're going to look like a wife beater or something, you know what I mean? And and all the women will be voting against you. And he did that. He did. But he also looked very haggard to me and my wife. She even said it. She said, boy, he doesn't look good. I said, well, he got shot in the ear and got right back on a horse and started plugging again. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You got to give the guy a lot of credit for his age and what he's been through. It's just amazing. Sure. It really is.
Sure, especially with it being a 3-on-1. I mean, Trump had to be his own fact checker last night, which maybe did. And if I'm being objective about it, even though I didn't think he had a good night, I mean, Kamala's got 2 moderators doing her fact checking. Trump's probably trying to think as he's listening to her, okay, I'm going to fact check her on this. I have to remember what my original point was. Then I have to have my rebuttal. I mean, at 78 years old, you got a lot going through your mind in that setting. That certainly does have an impact. We'll kick around the second debate concept and what we think of that as we continue during the cut sheet. We'll weave that in. And the cut sheet is coming up next. 855-839-1210. We'll continue to mix in your calls throughout the cut sheet. And then we've got Tony Bruno at 8:30. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This weekend, it's David's birthday. Family's coming over. Do you ever notice when you have company over, family over, and everybody ends up in the kitchen? I mean, the kitchen is really the heart of your home. And when it comes to your home, I do think that trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation, impeccable reputation, for transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and such care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, storage solutions. They get the job done fast in just a few days. Your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. KitchenMagic.com. Cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time. God bless America. There's hope. There is so much hope with joy and laughter.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg. Part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, 7:48. It's a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno in just about 45 minutes. Voicemails 2 hours from now. Debate night in the books. Will we get a second one? We'll get to that in a little bit, but right now, well, to some extent, enough of us. Let's hear the actual combatants and also the talking heads in the post-game fallout. Time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Enjoy back-to-school savings on a 36-month lease of a C40 for $369 per month. Down payment, taxes, and registration fees due at inception, except no taxes on the C40 in New Jersey. Imagine that. No taxes in New Jersey. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo today. All right, let's just go in order here. The first question that came out from the debate last night was on the economy. It's funny to see Kamala Harris talk about how during my administration, haven't you been in office for 3.5 years?
3 years and 10 months.
Can you control this? All right, Phil, cut 8. Kamala Harris's response to the economy. Cut 8, go.
Years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was...
Notice she doesn't answer the question.
Of course not.
Are you better off than you were 3 years ago, whatever it was?
And you notice the nerves and the anxiety that I picked up on right away, because those microphones are so sensitive. It was almost like she was talking, but she forgot to breathe as she was speaking, which is imperative as a public speaker. But she started that debate off by reciting a scripted answer to a ordinary entry-level routine question that, first of all, has to be the top thing right off the bat, right? They're not going to start on abortion. They're not going to start on immigration. They're going to start on economy. And I thought she totally botched that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people don't notice.
No.
And it goes viral and it's clipped. And it's not. And by the way, the moderators say, "Could you please?" The follow-up is, "Could you please answer the question?"
Yeah, and then they stopped being moderators and went right in the tank for her, because they know on that example, that issue, that topic, there's no way that the moderators can spin the economy against Trump and in favor of Kamala.
What was Trump's answer on that? Cut 9, Phil. This was Trump's answer on the economy. Cut 9, go.
She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
See, right there. Did you notice the cool, calm, calculated demeanor of Trump? That was his best policy, laser-focused, tunnel vision moment of the night. And if I were to sit down with Donald Trump in a film room right now, you ever been in a film room on a football team? It's dark. You got the
back to this.
You got the projector up, and you're going through the game footage.
Yeah.
I would play that clip. I would play that clip for him, and I would say,
smoking weed and getting laid.
I would play that clip for you, and I'd say, dude, right there. That's all you have to do. Because that right there, that was Trump on June 27th against Biden. Dude, just keep doing that, and you will walk out with the public saying, you had a great night.
Except when he says they kept the tariffs, we know what he's talking about. He needed to accentuate that and say the Biden-Harris administration, which has been in power for nearly 4 years now, they decided to leave in place my policy of holding these tariffs because even Harris, the vice president, I would have said Biden-Harris because you have to accentuate they've been in office. This is her administration, and her administration even left my policy in place because it hauls in so much money for the country.
Yeah. You know what I would do? And let's just say, I'm just throwing a date out here. Let's say if they have a second debate, it's October 10th. From October 5th to October 9th, I take Trump's phone away. I take his laptop away. I take social media away. No rallies, no TV appearances, no nothing. And I stick him.
Can't do that.
I stick him in the basement, and I get him so prepared.
It's not. It's
and
not
he
his
comes.
style. He's never going to do
It's
that.
not going to happen.
I know.
But
I'm
I'm
just
saying,
telling you what I would do to make sure he comes out looking great. He would be like Matt Foley in the SNL skit, down in the basement chugging coffee, and come out like a cannon.
if he just took it easy for 2 to 3 days, because he has such an incredible work ethic, and the guy has more energy than most people we know. So,
including me,
I would say, just take a couple of days. By the way, the Vice President of the United States was not working apparently as the Vice President of the United States for the past 5 days.
I know.
She was here in Pennsylvania, made no appearances, and apparently, we're paying her. She's on the payroll, but she took it easy for 5 days to memorize those answers, and that's the best she could do. And to start out nervously like that, and you have to remember that. So all he has to do is I think he does need to take at least 2 days before the next debate. Rest up.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying.
You want to be fresh.
She brought up Project 2025, tying him to that right out of the gate. Cut 10, Phil, go.
And dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns. We got masks. We did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President.
Again, I thought very good rebuttal from Trump. I don't know how many times publicly he has to say that he in no way is going to implement Project 2025. He's given his 20-point bullet point agenda for 2024 and beyond. And he's talked about it. It's been posted on websites, social media. That was the first of many lies from Kamala Harris. That being said, it still doesn't mean that it won't land with some voters, and some voters might say, what's this Project 2025? And they look at it and they go, oh my God, I can't. No, but yes, I mean, he has distanced himself from that. And now the only criticism I would give is you can't say you know nothing about it and you've never read it and then say some of the ideas are good and some are bad. Well, how would you know that if you didn't read it, dude? I mean, like, come on, man. Like, don't BS a BSer. I'm sure you've looked at it and you can say that. That's fine. You've owned it. You've said you're not going to use it. You're not utilizing it. You're not affiliated directly with it. And that's good. And I believe it because at the end of the day, you know what's happened? We've lived his first administration. So all this, threat to democracy and radical stuff, I mean, my God, Trump's a centrist. If you listen to Bill Clinton from 1995, you would think he's a Democrat.
It's funny. Jamar on the YouTube chat says he sounds better to me on the cut sheet. Do you guys feel that from watching it last night?
Well, no. I mean,
as opposed to the clips that I'm playing, do you feel like he sounds better?
No,
you don't?
Because I thought he sounded good in those two clips regardless.
Okay.
I thought last night Economy and Project 25 he was good.
I do, but and we're hearing this from more and more people who are big Trump supporters. he did look. He did not look fresh. He looked either whether he was aggravated, and let's just face it, it is aggravating. It's aggravating. The moderators were aggravating the fact that they, let some things go and didn't. The fact that even Snopes, we talked about, came out and debunked that claim that he was saying. Remember Charlottesville?
Fine people.
And the fact that they let that go, and then the fact that they said, after he talked about Tim Walz repealing the Born Alive Act, which is correct, he was fact-checked. So I don't know whether he was aggravated with the monitors or what really was going on, but he did seem like he wasn't that fresh, quick, Trump that we see at rallies and so on.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think rally Trump versus debate Trump is different. I also feel like the first two answers last night was almost carbon copy from June 27th, where he was almost low energy, but in a good way.
Yeah.
And then he did get antagonized and agitated, but he also, and this is where I actually give him credit in one setting where I actually think he shoots himself in the foot in another setting. At times when he gets a little too loosey-goosey at the rally, it kind of works against him from the standpoint of the media taking something out of context. But usually he's really buttoned up from the standpoint of being able to walk in the lion's den. And look, CNN was the lion's den, right? Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, they're no friends to Trump. We know that. But last night, something was different as we got about 20, 25 minutes in. Yep. It's like Kamala's nervousness wore off and Trump's composure evaporated.
So I'm going to lift the curtain here a little bit. Here on the radio, we do segments and stuff by what we call quarter hours. And it's 15 minutes of an hour. So like last night, 9 to 9:15, and then 9:15 to 9:30. If the majority of people, I'm going to say this again, the majority of people did not watch the entire debate last night. I think the majority of people probably watched the first 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
I think that's fair.
So in that 30 minutes, what do you see? You see the economy, which I do think Trump was good on, and Kamala Harris was nervous. The second question, though, about abortion. And I don't think he was strong on that answer. I don't think she was particularly strong either. But I just think that it was. And then the question after that is when he started going into migrants eating people's pets.
Right.
And so that's the first 30 minutes.
Yep. This will be the one time where I guess I'm going to. I don't even know if I can give them credit because it's so obvious. Like, why praise somebody for doing the obvious? But they started with the economy, which should be the number one issue. I think is the number one issue, which is clearly advantaged Trump. But then I think they gave it back to her and put the ball in her court with abortion, which is clearly the Democrats' strong suit, right?
Let's go to that next question on abortion and the overturning of Roe v. Wade. This is cut 11. Harris on what Trump will do nationally for abortion. Cut 11, Phil, go.
Back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade. As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular, the freedom to make decisions about one's own body.
So there's one takeaway that I had during that. And again, I have said many times on this show that I think Roe v. Wade, June 2022, can be the death knell to the Republican Party. But I actually like the way Trump handled it. And I know we didn't play Trump yet, and that was Kamala. But as far as the national ban, I'm in favor of what Trump ultimately goes on to say, which you'll hear here, is that he doesn't have to. And he says he's already said he will not. Although I think last night he did not answer that question directly when the moderators asked him, would he sign a national ban? Because, look, he doesn't have to say it, nor does he likely implement it because it's back to the states. And I think his whole objective was to get this out of the federal court system and make this a state-by-state issue. So in Trump's defense, regardless of where you stand on female reproductive rights or pro-life, pro-choice, however you want to, frame the subject, again, it's it's already resolved, at least in his eyes. It's back to the states. Tennessee is different than Pennsylvania. Ohio is different than California. So I don't think that was terrible from him, but I also don't think Kamala, if that's her wheelhouse, I don't know that she would knocked it out of the park either, which is kind of one of my criticisms of her today.
Well, now the bar has risen for her.
Oh,
because
sure.
Because she was not horrible. She
Right.
did not have a major gaffe, and the moderators made sure of that. And if you think about what Greg said, and that's significant, I think part of what very well may have knocked Trump off a little bit was when the one Lindsay, the one ABC moderator, contradicted him and said, no babies are executed after birth in America. Well, he was talking about Minnesota in particular, and he was correct. Look it up for yourself. I think that in part did knock him off a little bit and frustrate him.
I'm going to play his answer. Phil, let me play this one. I'm going to play the answer that he gave on abortion here.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said...
By the way, this is why people hate these news moderators. Could Lindsay What's-Her-Nuts and Muir be any more stiff?
I know.
And like,
I know.
Okay, Johnny, back to you.
Yes.
Like no personality.
No. Nobody talks like
never
that in
a
real life.
smile or a
Nothing.
greeting.
Nothing.
It just robots.
Yes.
And it's why like the first thing when they came on, it like, welcome tonight. It's just like, oh God, can you give me personality?
David is such a zombie. It's nauseating.
Just like have all these facts in their heads like Rain Man, and they're just like, I mean, I just yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they're savants.
They're not savants. They're reading from a script or reading from a prompter. They're not savants, and they were off. And you know what? They're getting panned this morning. They're widely panned.
Good.
All right, a little bit.
And they deserve it.
Good.
A little bit more here.
that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought.
I mean,
but
9-0.
each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
That's a lie.
Madam Vice President, I want to get your response.
That is a lie.
Go ahead, Dawn.
That is a lie. Look it up. The Born Alive Act in Minnesota, and you just please look it up for yourself, because this was widely reported by all media. But this was Tim Walz repealed this in 2023 last year, and so he repealed a law that said if a baby was if an abortion, let's say, was botched, and the baby was born alive, you were supposed to consider that baby, viable, and not do, that was against the law in Minnesota to do anything to harm the child. You were supposed to treat the baby, etc. Tim Walz repealed that. And so at this point in Minnesota, and there are some states and also DC where there are really no limits.
Yeah.
You can look it up for yourself. I'm not saying anything that's crazy or right wing or anything of that nature, but that was wrong for Lindsay to say that.
Yeah, that was in her wheelhouse as a female, and I was honestly not surprised that she did it. I was expecting that to be the subject where she pipes in. And look, there's two things here. One, I think Trump handled that well as far as explaining what his goal was, what he did as far as getting it back to the states. He also cited statistics that almost 8.5 out of every 10 Republican that is pro-life also does believe in, the exceptions as far as rape, incest, preserving the life of the mother. But here's the reality of the situation, regardless of statistics or facts or common sense or whatever you might be, no matter where you stand on the issue, you can't run from the fact that since Roe v. Wade occurred in the summer of 2022, and Trump kind of alluded to it there, and you heard Greg's comment as well, 9-0, Kansas, Ohio, maybe more liberal than people expected in those states, certainly, Ohio being a red state. Republicans, when abortion has been on the ballot in the last 2 years and 4 months, have lost every single election. So you can be pro-life all you want, but here's the thing. I've always said, if Trump doesn't undo Roe v. Wade, I still think every Trump supporter is with him. I don't think you're bailing on Trump if he didn't get that accomplished and appeased you. But I will say this, if left untouched, I truly believe this. And there's two things I truly believe as far as election results. Number one, in 2020, if not for COVID and if not for George Floyd, Trump is still president. And number two, I do believe that this is the bugaboo for Republicans. And this, in a world where there's more females and more females that are younger are skewing further and further left, and they are single and they are childless and they are career oriented, and they hear people like Kamala talking about female reproductive rights, that gets them emotional. And I truly believe, even those that are not polled, that's a silent group of females out there that might not have a Harris Wall sign in their yard. They're coming for your boy on November 5th. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that.
This is the moment at 9:27 last night, 9:28, when the debate went off the rails. Kamala Harris went after Trump, insulting him on his rallies, and that's when they had the eating pets answer. I'm going to start, Phil.
This is carnage.
Phil, I'm going to play this one. This is how it started when Kamala Harris intentionally got under Trump's skin.
And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
Oh, boy.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
Talking right to
and
the
I'll tell you,
people,
I believe you
looking at the camera.
deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies.
So then he responds to the rallies. So that's the first.
The bait.
That's the first, part where she knew how to get under his skin.
Yes.
And then,
but again, this is where I mentioned in the big take, style versus substance. Stylistically, that landed. Substance-wise, completely false. I mean,
yeah, he needed to say
right.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
After letting at least 15 million people
into
this country.
I was thinking specifically on the rally stuff, but no, you're right as well on immigration.
Boom, David. Are you kidding me? You're asking me about this proposal that she's talking about
and
after she is in this administration right now.
Yes.
They let all of these people in.
Right.
And by the way, that proposed legislation it came 3.5 years into her administration.
Yeah.
They let all of these tons of people come in, and it was bad legislation. That's what he needed to say.
Well, and I've said too, from a bottom line standpoint of, the politics of this. Wait a minute. It's like for 3.5 years, you didn't want to fix the border. And now you want me to give you the get out of jail for free card down the stretch run of election. And maybe this is sinister to say, and maybe it's diabolical, but this is politics. I'm sorry. You guys were responsible for a lot of deaths and rapes and assaults. I'm not letting you off the hook here and shoring things up for you. It's like, whoa, Trump would rather run on the problem than fix the issue. You know what? In June of 2024, you're damn right I'm going to run on that. I'm not helping you out now. No way.
So I'm going to play a little bit more of this, and then Phil, I'm going to go to cut 13. I'll cue you when I get there. But this is when he gets distracted about the rally sizes. He took her bait.
She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Yep.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost.
There you go. So.
But see, you know what? Here's where I push back on the Harris stuff. If he doesn't make it about the people, his whole platform is about the people. I mean, from the economy to crime and wars and our border. I mean, we lived it. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was paying $2.13 for a gallon of gas, I felt like, you know what? Yeah, it's helping me. I'm part of the people. I mean, the people have been decimated under the Biden-Harris administration. But to me, at the end of the day, this is, and the rallies mean the world to him. And his rallies are kick-ass. They're very cool. I've never seen anything like it. But as I've said on social media, like on a Saturday in the summer when there's a rally in Wisconsin and all the grifters are, look at the side, dude. The rally. So first of all, some of these people go to every single one. They travel the country in Winnebagos. So that's number one. But again, it's just like the same thing with social media. What I see, you know what the new thing is now? Oh, so and so got ratioed. Oh, he got ratioed. Dude, ratios don't mean a damn thing in elections. Yeah, you got to stop worrying about the petty stuff of like rallies and speech sizes. It does not mean somebody's going to win or lose an election because of it.
For her to say anything about his rallies, that she's just trying to get under her skin because
I know.
Nobody has ever seen anything like his
it's
rallies
his little baby.
In politics. Mm-hmm. Nobody's ever it's the most love Trump, hate Trump, whatever. You can't take away the passion that people have for him, and these rallies are right there to
no doubt
prove it. But I do agree with you that it's not indicative of winning an election or not. Just like lawn signs aren't either.
I've never seen Trump's odds and polls and I've never seen his probability or his polling numbers move based on a rally size.
Yeah,
Trump's answer to that should have been this: the only time people left one of my rallies was July 13th.
When I got shot.
After a gunman shot Corey Comparator and killed him, injured others, and tried to assassinate me. That's the only time anybody, including me, left one of my rallies early. And I vow right now to head back to Pennsylvania, to Butler, PA, where we will honor Corey and his life. Yep. That should have been what Trump said. Boom.
But instead,
mic drop moment.
But instead, he talked about migrants eating pets. Cut 13, Phil, go.
People to come into our country and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as
rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country.
So, I mean, and her reaction to that, where she was kind of laughing at him and making him look foolish, that's being played all morning long.
It makes him look crazy. Now, do you have the part where he says, I saw it on TV? That's a little bit later in that clip on that subject matter.
I don't think I do. No.
I think it was when Weir jumps in. It was in my big take. I'm sorry. I think I just heard Dawn say that. Yeah. It was one of the clips in the big take. And as soon as he said, well, I saw it on TV, I immediately thought of this.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
And look, I didn't know about whether the story's fake or not. But the point being, I didn't know this story existed until yesterday when, Dawn, you brought it up, and then you and Greg were arguing over it. I still, other than paying attention in the last 24 hours to it of what he's claiming has happened, I was oblivious to this whole thing.
The story should be this town in Springfield, Ohio is they have an immigration problem there.
Yep.
And
20,000 people have descended on a community of 55,000.
Okay.
Imagine that.
And what state is this again? You said Springfield,
Ohio.
Springfield, Ohio. Okay.
J.D. Vance.
You say descended, but in 2014 there was an article by in one of the premier papers in that town, basically saying our population here is dying off. We need an immigrant influx to breathe some life into this town again. So it looked like they wanted this, or at least the politicians there wanted this. So it's not just like they were dropped off in the middle of the night.
So let me ask this question.
This has been a 10-year thing where these people are coming in.
For context, I think this is an important question. Is Springfield, Ohio a red town, or is it blue?
Oh, I'm sure it's red.
Okay.
I'm sure it's red.
Yeah, and Republican Ohio Governor Mike DeWine released a statement yesterday and says he does not oppose that temporary protected status program that they have.
Yep, and he's a Republican.
But he asked for the federal government to do more to help impacted communities. So what he is saying, and what they're saying in that town, to your point, maybe they wanted some people to come in. The problem is
maybe legally, not illegal. Like, that's the thing. Like, Republicans have this label of, we don't want any. No, we just want you to come here the proper way. And oh, by the way, not be the bad ones that are rapists and murderers and assault artists. That's all we want. That's all we're talking about.
But
here.
this whole debate should be about immigration, and
right.
That's a fine debate to have.
Yeah.
The problem is that social media grifters turn this into Haitians eating cats. That's and it all started on some private Facebook chat.
Yeah,
so all I'm saying is that it's a legitimate issue.
Yeah.
PBS NewsHour did a 10-minute segment on it. The New York Times wrote a story on it 10 days ago. Like, there is a real issue in this town about immigration and how it's affecting the community, but it's being overtaken by this stupid conversation that might be true, might not be true, who knows? But like, you're not seeing the actual problem in this town.
And what Trump should have said, just say the facts. Say on Monday, the Attorney General in Ohio has announced that he's directing his office to look into filing a lawsuit and to stopping the federal government from sending, quote, an unlimited number of migrants to Ohio communities. So Trump could have said that and even communities that welcomed legit asylum seekers like Springfield, Ohio, the problem is all of a sudden, they were welcoming, but now they're sending an unlimited and unvetted number of individuals. That would have been appropriate for Trump to say, and it's creating a humanitarian crisis.
As I said in the 6 o'clock hour, instead of cats and dogs, you could have said two other words: Laken Riley.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, when we talk about the police brutality stuff, right? I said when the Laken Riley tragedy in Georgia on the campus of Athens happened, I said, Republicans, this needs to be your George Floyd moment. Mm-hmm. And they have totally forgotten about Laken Riley. So, again, this is messaging. Democrats for 4 years have been giving us George Floyd, George Floyd. I mean, Tyreek Hill in the news. George Floyd, a black man in America, the whole bit. Lakin, Riley, immigration is your winner. Greg has said it. This election could be immigration versus abortion. Your ace up the sleeve next to the economy is immigration and the border, and you got caught up in cats and dogs.
This is where a disciplined debate coach like a Rich Zeoli or I hate to say it, Chris Christie would have prepped him on the facts, but instead you have Laura Loomer and Tulsi Gabbard, who live their entire lives on social media, telling him about these, filling his head with this crap, because he didn't see this stuff. He's not on social media. He's not.
Oh, Trump?
Yes, he's not on social media.
Oh, he definitely is. He does his post on Truth Social.
He posts, but he doesn't.
Oh, you mean following accounts and things? Well.
But, in those moments to mention, so I think he also conflated, and this goes to better debate prep, where he conflated, multiple stories about immigrants and migrants. So for Governor Mike DeWine, their daughter, Becky, died in a car accident years ago, and I believe it was Father Tom Hagen, who was, obviously a Catholic priest who they knew has schools in Haiti, named them after their daughter. And that's the Haiti connection with Republican Ohio. So they've invited people who are in a place that we know is torn by gangs. But the problem is, and that's what Trump should focus on, and we all should focus on, that even when they're welcoming legit asylum seekers, now because of the Biden-Harris policy, you have people who are, not like the other Haitians who are very hardworking family people who want to escape a horrible situation in their home country, who have legit asylum, paperwork going through. Mm-hmm. So you have, in fact, people coming here illegally because of Biden-Harris's policies. They're preying on those very Haitian migrants who've come here as legit asylum seekers.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So those are the kinds of things that Trump could have said, because a lot of those Haitians are Trump voters.
Yeah.
You don't want to broad brush and say they're all bad. They're not.
I agree with one thing Stalker said, disagree with the other. I disagree on Tulsi Gabbard. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is feeding Trump social media conspiracies. I do agree that a lot of that comes from people like Laura Loomer. And this is not to knock any of these people, but this is the truth. And I'm just going to rattle off a few Twitter feeds. I'm just telling you right now, all they do is give you one side. If you think ABC is biased towards Kamala, these people that probably some of you, if not many of you, follow on Twitter, they're not giving you the clear, true story and the picture from the Laura Loomers, who look, and some of them, they get it right sometimes, but they're cataclysmically wrong on a lot of other issues. I know everybody likes to tweet and follow that cat turd guy. That guy's a loser. Don't follow that guy, okay? Because he's only telling you what feeds your brain and your ego. And there's a bunch of them out there. And some of them follow me. I get along with most of them. I've had private conversations with them. But I'm telling you, like the Jack Posobics of the world, Charlie Kirk, they're not your buddy. They're in it to to ride the Trump train to profit. Stop listening to the 22 people that you follow that just feed you the minutia. Please. It's not the real world.
On Harris banning fracking, she was called out by the ABC moderators. She said she would not ban fracking. Cut 15, Phil. Go.
My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least
Can I
every
stop it
point
for a
that
second?
you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry. And then Phil started over. The way they worded it, I forgot about this. The way they worded this, they're like, so you flip-flopped of this. Now, we know your values haven't changed, but your policies have.
Leading question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let her say her values 100%. Have not changed. Don't hand her rope.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why because that then gave her the opportunity to come in and say, no, my values haven't changed, and then list her values.
Yep.
Like, it was such a layup for her. Phil, can you start that cut over, please?
My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody...
All right, so there you go. To me, this is very simple, and you can tie energy to the economy. If you're a Pennsylvania resident, as 80% of this audience probably is, you factor in South Jersey, Delaware, maybe some people that stream around the country. Most of our audience, Pennsylvania, I would assume. If you care about the economy and a cheaper cost of living in Pennsylvania, you have to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, and I know that our audience is going to vote for Trump for the most part, but it's clear as day. And the economy has been impacted by energy. Why is your grocery prices up? Because it costs more. It costs more to create those products and then ship them in. That's why we have the inflation. She can sit here and say we're creating more energy and more oil and blah, 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 blah. Here's what I know. Okay, here's what I know. I'm paying $3.38 a gallon. My energy for air conditioning and soon to be for the winter with heating is astronomical. It wasn't under Donald Trump. I mean, I think we all realize this. So, but it's just so disgraceful, and it just because I'm angry with the way Trump dealt with some things last night. I'm a little agitated by Kamala's lies, but honestly, and I'm not making it more. It's 1/3 of the pie. ABC is just so disgusting. And we knew, and I shouldn't be triggered. I'm the one who gave the stats yesterday. It's 100% positive for Kamala. It's 93% negative for Trump. But if we could, to your point. And we don't have to play this, but I'm just saying, go back and listen to the way they framed the abortion flip-flop claim questioning and the line of questioning to Trump. And then listen to how they just teed her up for the economy on, we know your values haven't changed. Right there is the bias that Dawn talks about all the time in the media. You know what that was? Trump's question about the abortion issue was like Nick Castellanos getting hit by a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and Kamala Harris getting propped up for that question on the economy with values not changing was like my little nephew, 5-year-old nephew Landon at T-ball, where the coach literally placed the ball on the tee and said, okay, go right ahead, swing, but hold on, let me get away so you don't hit my finger. So aggravating.
One more, and then we have to break for Tony Bruno, who's chomping at the bit.
Oh, he's stewing.
He's stewing, too. Should there be another debate? Trump went on with Sean Hannity last night after the debate. This is cut 26, Phil. Go.
The campaign is saying tonight, Washington Post is reporting that she wants a second debate. What's your answer?
She lost. She wants it because she lost.
Do you have an answer?
Well, I don't know. I have to think about it, but if you won the debate, I sort of think maybe I shouldn't do it. Why should I do another debate? She immediately said, we want another debate. That's, you know what happens when you're a prize fighter and you lose? You immediately want a new fight.
You want a rematch.
You want a rematch. The guy that won is sort of happy and thinking about it.
Would you be inclined to say yes, or you
maybe
don't know?
If it was on a fair network, I would do that. But
I think let Hannity moderate it.
Yeah, no, I think
like I did Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
I think it would be fair. You would be fair, actually.
I would be
you
fair.
Want to know the truth.
I'd let you both talk. I'd let you go at each other.
I thought they would be fair. They weren't, but I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
We have the best policy. She has no policy.
You know.
I'm not a Hannity fan, as many people know, but I do think he was fair with Newsom and DeSantis in that debate. Look, when I think about second debates, and I just jotted these down before the cut sheet, when it comes to the Trump perspective, I think he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he doesn't do it, it's viewed as him ducking her. If he does do it, keep in mind now, she has the experience of one under her belt, and I think it's only natural to assume her confidence grows. But Harris also, from her perspective, she could rest on just the one good night, take the mainstream media praise. We gave you all the headlines at 6:04 this morning, and she could just ride right to November 5th now. Or she could, on the other side, she could come out and risk the equity she has built up, and it could completely evaporate like her honeymoon phase over the last 10 days. Or she could build off of that and even have a better showing. So I think there's many ways to look at this. I do think Trump should demand it to be on Fox, and I don't think you need to have Hannity. Just put Brett Baer and Martha McCallum out there. They're very good at what they do. They're pretty down the middle, I think. Sure, they skew right, obviously, the network they work on. But I don't think Harris would agree to a Fox debate. And if for some reason she did, it will not be with any of their primetime people. I think it would be with a Baer and Martha McCallum. Or maybe even a Dana Perino, maybe a Harris Faulkner. Then there's no way she's sitting down with Sean Hannity. Zero chance.
Yeah, I think it would probably be NBC because CBS.
Oh, another home game for her.
Well, because it's ABC last night. The vice presidential debate goes October 1st with CBS. So would it be NBC then? NBC, Lester Holt, I think he would be good. He'd be certainly better than last night.
Oh, well, nobody could be worse than that. Yeah. Nobody could be worse than that. I mean, my God, after last night, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash look like MAGA fans.
By the way, I'm going to put this out there. There will be no other debates. I'm predicting it right now.
Okay, I think there's a chance.
8:36.
All right.
Prove me wrong.
You know what? I honestly,
changed my mind.
We always talk about trying to come up with new ideas, and I'm sure this has been mentioned before, but I know it'll never happen. Why not take one? Do it. It's simulcasted anyway, right? So it was, technically it was ABC's production, but Fox carried it. Why not get a moderator from Fox, or just bottom line, get a moderator that's conservative, get a moderator that's liberal, and make it a 50-50. You want to take Kristen Welker and the dude down in Florida that does the national syndicated show that sounds like he's ready to die? Fine by me. Just give me some balance here. I'm not greedy. I don't need it to necessarily be Fox people. You want to give me Brett Baer and Kristen Welker? Okay, let's do that. You want to talk about fair, balanced impartiality? Let's do that.
Okay, I'm going to say something about just appearances. Trump, with his hair color, went a little darker.
I noticed that.
And I think he looks better as a blonde.
Well,
I like the blonde. I would do blonde highlights.
That's the analysis that we are all
That's
seeking
my
out.
brilliant
analysis. I like that, Dawn. Enough of the issues. Let's talk about
let's
that.
Let's go Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby. So according to Lori on Fox and Friends this morning, Trump said he would not do it with Brett and Martha.
I did see that on social media. I didn't know whether that was true or not, but if you say that is and it was on TV, well, according to Trump, it's on TV. It's true. So, but if it came out of his mouth, then okay.
I think it'll be NBC.
Early voting has started. Pennsylvania starts voting Monday. There will be no more debates. Thank you.
Okay. Coming up next, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. We'll get him for a good half hour in here. We've got a big 3 to get to, the Morning Mystery Movie clip. A lot to hit on before we get up on out of here, but we ship it on down to Southwest Florida next here on Kayal and Company.
Summer is still here. Beautiful weather through the weekend. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle. You know you want it. You've been eyeing it. You've worked for it. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful vehicles on our roadways right now. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
NFL Week 2 is here. And you can start the season with a big return on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. New to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Let's look ahead to Thursday night. The Bills at Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill, is he going to play? How about this same game parlay for you? Dalton Kincaid for an anytime touchdown. Tyreek Hill, I think he's going to have a big game on the over receiving yards, and Josh Allen on the over for passing yards. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it right now. Sign up right now. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Bob Casey, a familiar name, but ask yourself, what's he done for you and your family? In his 18th year in Washington, what's Bob Casey got to show for it? He made sure COVID relief checks could go to convicted felons. You heard that right. Bob Casey made sure COVID checks went to convicted felons. When reasonable people tried to stop murderers and rapists from getting checks, Casey voted no. Even the Boston Marathon bomber ended up with a big fat check. Casey voted the party line instead of using some common sense. And with families struggling to pay the bills, Casey had this to say about throwing around their tax dollars.
Go big or go home.
Bob Casey went big. He botched it. And it's time for him to finally go home. Bob Casey is wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with an easy question. How are your cholesterol levels? Managing healthy cholesterol is a key to a strong heart and overall wellness. For over 38 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach their cholesterol goals. I've counted on Rescue for years, and with good reason. Their range of supplements designed to meet your specific needs, from omega-3s to red yeast rice and more. Take charge of your heart health today. Use the code DROP at checkout to double your order on any cholesterol product for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember to use the code DROP to buy one, get one free on Rescue Cholesterol products. Double up your cholesterol support today. Use the code DROP at res-q.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, Purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Why should I care?
8:45, Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning, here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock. Voicemails 1 hour from now. But right now, another perspective as we head down to Florida. Our man, the great Tony Bruno. Bruno, good morning. What up, sir?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. I don't know about you, but I had a hard time sleeping last night. Not because of the debate. I mean, everybody knows what happened. The biggest loser last night, ABC, Disney. David Muir. Here's the thing that really gets me about David Muir. According to the ads, David Muir is the #1 news anchor in all of television. What does that tell you? When people sit down and watch a guy who looks like a robot. The guy has no emotion, no juice, no nothing. And the fact that debate last night, that Kamala Harris, and everybody loves fact checkers, 21 unchecked lies they allowed her to go on with. And again, Trump wasn't on his A game. Obviously, he took the bait, especially with the stupid comment that she made about the rallies. She baited him because she's been working for a week while she's not at Penzie's Spice Store in Pittsburgh doing staged events. You know, she's being told what to say. The thing about the debate format I don't like, guys, is that they're not allowed to question each other. And that's the thing. You see how they can say, well, we're going to ask you that. We're going to shut your mic off. All this other stuff. The debate should not be moderators who have the questions and then decide what the topics are. The abortion lies that she told, fact check, she lied. There are multiple states that allow abortion up until birth. And so when the lies go unchecked, and we all know a lot of people aren't into politics now. Here we are on September 11th. By the way, 23 years ago today, we all know where we were and never forget. So that's the most important thing on this day, which I remember every single year, and everybody else should.
Yep.
But ABC was a big loser, and everybody knew it. I mean, there were stats that David Muir gave 100% positive commentary on Kamala Harris and 90% negative on Trump.
Yep.
So everybody knew going in ABC was a joke. I don't even know who the chick was. Who was that Lindsay chick? Does anybody know?
No, nobody knows.
I think the last name is Davis, but
Lindsay
I'm still
Davis, yeah.
okay. I'm still not even certain who she is.
And by the way, why
again,
Pennsylvania is such a big state? Why not take Tamala Edwards, who does the Political Sunday show for 6 ABC, most powerful ABC affiliate? I would have rather seen a local mom like Tam do that if they were going to have. They clearly wanted a woman and a person of color, but I would say Tamala Edwards. She would have been more fair, and she would have brought it home in a more like mom, common sense kind of way.
So what do you think, Tony? Do we, assuming in a perfect world for the debate, unmuted mics, notes, and then a moderator from both political spectrums?
I think there should just be the two candidates and a referee. Judge Mills Lane is no longer available. Maybe Judge Joe Brown. We get somebody in the middle, and then let the candidates yell at each other for an hour and a half with no commercial breaks. And then let's have a Pier 6 brawl. Let's have a WWE style debate.
Yeah.
Let's see Kamala Harris without a week of cramming somewhere in Pittsburgh try to come up. Because let's be honest, her closing statement was basically the same stuff we hear at every one of her rallies.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the other tell to me, is that after the debate, Trump's back out on the floor talking to all the media, and she's in a back room somewhere with her husband on a stage, right in front of all of her sycophants. So she didn't go out and take one question after a debate that people say she won, and probably did. But my question is, if people who had not paid attention to politics all year and now are sitting at home on a Tuesday night, the school year is underway, and watch that, did Kamala Harris impress more people, or did she come off as smug, and then she did the thing with the hand underneath her chin? I think a lot of people who never saw her before probably said, man, she's smug, she's laughing at talks about tragedy, and she was so well rehearsed, and she had a week to prepare for that, and she did a good job. But she was lying, and nobody fact-checked her. That's the biggest take from this. The fact that she got away with 21 irrefutably false statements, and not once did David Muir or that Lindsay chick ever correct her, is the biggest embarrassment of the night, in my opinion.
In regards to a second debate, one of our great listeners, Marcus Aurelius, tweeted us, and he said, there will be a second debate, but it will be in late October after all the mail-in and early votes have been cast.
Exactly.
So it'll have no impact. Is there a cutoff point if you're Trump, if you want to do a second one, where you say, okay, we have to do this, but we have to do it by September 27th?
Who knows? I mean, obviously Trump doesn't make the rules. ABC got the debate. They made the rules. And obviously they brought in two really biased moderators. And it's amazing that CNN actually has more credibility as a debate moderator than ABC News, once one of the greatest news organizations on earth, now the laughingstock. We can all agree. And it's not, me, I'm a media guy, but the media to me has been the biggest enemy of democracy in this country the last 10 years. We have the most corrupt media on earth. And Pravda right now, the people who run Pravda and those Russian channels, they're grimacing at just how inept and corrupt our media is. They're the real bad guys here. The politicians are going to be politicians. And watching all those people walking around that convention floor, is there a worse group of media people than smarmy media people who go to political events? Many of them eating. I saw Andrea Mitchell eating Chinese food in the room. I mean, these people are just professional grifters. And there are no journalists in there. They're all people who want to be important, and they all want to have their opinions. And that's fine. Have your opinions. Listen to them, whoever you want. But the bottom line, there is no, other than media people at the Super Bowl. But those media people at the Super Bowl are there having a good time. The media people who go to conventions and go to political events, they're all angry, ignorant, low-life crumb bums.
Crumb bums.
If I could be nice.
Crumb bums.
You're a creep. Crumb creep cowards. And I want to fight those people. I want to fight them. And I'm wearing my Jim Kenney, the worst mayor in Philadelphia history tribute shirt today.
I see that.
To celebrate to celebrate the Constitution. That they what they didn't show last night? They didn't show the Constitution. They're in the Constitution Center.
YouTube.com.
And they didn't even show it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see Tony's Jim Kenney shirt, blue with a clown's nose on it. It's amazing.
Exactly.
Lastly,
Crumb creep coward.
Frank Rizzo. God bless.
We'll continue the conversation in the 9 o'clock hour because we're going to keep you around for a little bit longer for sure. Taylor Swift comes out and she gives her endorsement last night on social media, and I think Dawn and I are both on the same page when we said that there's no doubt that she was going to vote for Harris, but she wanted to wait to see if in fact she, quote, held her own and didn't crash and burn. And she didn't crash and burn last night for sure. But do you think the Swift endorsement carries any weight whatsoever?
I don't know. Who knows? Young girls like her, but her comments about how she's even-handed and all this other stuff, she's vapid. Let's be honest. Is it vapid or vapid? That's one of those words that...
Vapid.
I like vapid better, but vapid, I don't vape, and I don't smoke anymore. And I don't even inhale, and I don't even chew. I don't even put a pinch in between my cheek and gum like we used to back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A little pinch.
Little red man.
Yeah. A little pinch. Did you ever do the pinch between your lip and your
gum?
Your gums?
I did in high school.
No, I never did chewing tobacco. I never did the little bullets. I never did any. I remember back in baseball, back in the '93 season, when Lenny Dykstra and a lot of NBA and NFL and MLB players were involved in the big, chewing tobacco controversy. People were their faces had to be cut off because of the chewing tobacco. So chewing tobacco in the '90s was bad, but they're still doing it in some places. But that to me, I never got that. It's nicotine, obviously, and you're addicted to it. Yeah. But I don't get people putting the big wads in their mouth. I mean, what pleasure does that give you?
I used to love it.
No. By the way, you know where the other big loser was? Me last night. You know why?
Why?
I was not at the Murphy gas station in Sugarland, Texas, at a Murphy gas station where one person won $800 million in the Mega Millions last night.
Wow.
One person, $800 million. If you want to take it in lump sums, you'll be collecting $20 a year for the rest of your life. But if you take the cash amount, this shows you how corrupt the government is. $800 million, one person won it. If you want to take the cash payout, $404 million.
Yep.
Wow.
404. Half of the money is going to the government.
Yep.
Is that an unrealized capital gain?
Oh.
How do you tax the fact that you won $404 million out of an $800 million jackpot, and the government takes half of it? Tell me how that's good.
Here's the $1 million question, or maybe the $800 million question, Tony Bruno. Had you have won that last night, would you be reporting for work this morning, sir?
Oh, no. I would be down there. I'd go right back to my house and keep doing work, and it's going up nicely. But I'm coming up short. I may have to do a GoFundMe soon.
Yeah.
I may have to ask people to don't send any more money to Taylor Swift or Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or any of these politicians. Send your money to dear old Captain Tony, because it'll do good. And I'll even give you a week in my house.
Wow.
If you come up with the
Look at that. Wow.
Weekend at Bruno's.
Nice.
Sounds like a movie.
Weekend at Bruno's.
a weekend at Bruno's.
By the way, we're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Everybody watching right now, please hit the like button, the thumbs up button. It's free. And please hit the subscribe button. Everybody that's watching, please hit the subscribe button. It's all free, but it helps us out tremendously. It costs you nothing.
Yes. All right,
and don't forget to follow me at
Yes.
Tony Bruno Show on X.
Yes.
Because I'm being throttled again. I'm being
Oh,
throttled.
no. Wow.
Oh, no.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Not banned, throttled.
Yeah, I got you.
Miss Robin, stop it.
Yeah, exactly,
Oh,
Robin.
man.
Put that stuff away.
Let's see where we're going here.
All right, on
David Muir is shutting me down.
David, yeah.
It's gonna be a wild 9 o'clock hour, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
Oh man.
We still have to get Bruno's thoughts on the Tyreek Hill arrest and also the Philadelphia Eagles-Packers game from last Wednesday, and more thoughts on the election and the debate and what looms ahead here in the final 54 days or so. 9 o'clock hour, Bruno sticks around, and we are back after this.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Due at inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, this C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Businesses to watch. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Looking for the best compact SUV in the market? Armin has the stylish Chevrolet Trax with standard Chevy Safety Assist in stock and available for immediate delivery. Purchase a brand new value pack 2025 Chevrolet Trax LS for Armin's amazing price of only $20,995. That's $20,995. Businesses to watch. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Prefer to lease? Lease a new 2025 Trax LS from Armin for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's only $199 per month. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Closer than you think in Ardmore. Or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Tax and tax additional. MSRP $21,495. Includes $500 healthcare professional or first responder rebate. Lease down payment of $39.95 and first payment due at signing requires current lease and household and Nature Bank approval.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chase believes that having a place of your very own should be accessible for everyone. That's why we're offering homebuyer grants of up to $7,500 in select areas. It's just one of the many ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality. Visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. The Chase Homebuyer Grant is available on primary residence purchases only, on select products and subject to eligibility. All home lending products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, equal housing opportunity.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do. Bring your ideas to life at Dell.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, final hour underway on this Hump Day Wednesday. Tony Bruno is with us from Florida. Very sombering 9/11 moment right now on Fox News as standing side by side, Trump, J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, and others. I don't think I've ever seen those 4 or 5 people together that close, maybe ever. As we know, Trump and Harris face-to-face for the first time last night. Tony Bruno, I know today is a lot about the fallout from the debate, the impact of the election. Will we get a second debate? But again, we can't lose sight of what happened 23 years ago today. We've all kind of shared our flashbacks to that day, where we were. Could you share that with our audience, where you were on September 11th, 2001?
Well, I was actually in L.A. when I had moved to Los Angeles to start Fox Sports Radio. So I got there in 2020. And so fast forward, first year on the air, that morning of September 11th in 2001, I was on the air with Andrew Siciliano, and we were doing a sports show, and we were goofing off about Michael Jordan back in that day. And then all of a sudden, we had a bank of TVs in our studios in Los Angeles, and I see the first glimpse of the building being hit, and smoke was coming out. We didn't know it was an airplane. We didn't know what was going on. And so at that moment, once we finally realized that it was a terrorist attack, we dropped sports, and Andrew and I, both with news backgrounds, immediately went into news mode. We went into journalism mode because, sports talk is irrelevant when you have the greatest story. When I say greatest, the most impactful story many people in their lives had ever seen. We stayed on the air for 9 hours because I didn't want to leave the studio. We were stunned. We were getting phone calls. Larry King called into the show. I had friends. Pat O'Brien was supposed to be on the plane from Boston, and nobody could hear from him. So we were getting news breaking every 10 seconds back then, and everybody was glued to the radio. So it was one of the proud moments of my career, because you can't run away from a story of that magnitude when your audience is listening. And every year on this date, I get emails from all over the country of people saying that they remember where they were that day and they were listening to me on national radio. So again, a proud moment for me, but also I was living through, just like everybody else, the shock and the disbelief of what we were witnessing on that day.
Tony Bruno with us from Florida. So a couple of other stories that we have to get your thoughts on outside of 9/11 and obviously the debate last night. The Tyreek Hill body cam footage and the arrest or the detainment that occurred on Sunday during the pregame shows, probably around 11 o'clock before a 1 o'clock kickoff, has certainly been one of, if not the top 2 or 3 stories for the last couple of days in the news cycle. And my big takeaway was that, look, were the officers a little sarcastic? Were they a little combative and testy? Yes. But again, he broke the law. He didn't adhere. He didn't comply. He was dealt with. And my big takeaway was, I'm tired of living in this world post George Floyd for the last 4 years where it's suddenly optional for you to comply with officers. If you just do what they ask, you will be well on your way, and this would have been a big nothing burger. I still think largely it is a big nothing burger because you compare it to the Scotty Scheffler situation. He was actually put in a prison, in a jail holding cell. But your thoughts on Tyreek Hill and the way this whole thing went down?
First of all, you can see I have my cat here, and my cat has been marked safe from Haitian immigrants and being eaten.
Oh,
so this cat will not be eaten anywhere today because she's a beautiful ragdoll, Miss Lily. All right, let me get her out. Listen, I saw the video, and then I'm watching the Monday night pregame show, and Ian Rappaport on NFL Network was calling it shocking story. And he basically was going, and again, if cops do bad stuff, I will call out the cops. But here's the thing. He was going very fast. If you've seen the video, and the cops were Hispanic. So it wasn't a race thing. And let's put yourself in this place. What would happen to you if you had a $700,000 car?
I have two of those.
If you had or two of those, and you're going 100 miles an hour or really way above the speed limit, and that's the lane that goes into the parking lot where the Dolphins play at Hard Rock Field in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So you saw it. There were cones. It was going down to one lane.
Yep.
And he wasn't late for the game because this was way before the game. So it wasn't like he was trying to get there and he was late and wasn't going to play. He got to the game on time. But put anybody else in that situation. In a lot of states, you can't have tinted windows. So just on the violations of Florida law, he had like 5 violations. The fact that he wouldn't lower his window when he finally stopped is one of the biggest concerns that police have.
Yep.
You don't know who's in the car.
Right.
You think they know? Does it matter if it's Tyreek Hill?
No.
It mattered because he got away with it. But if it's somebody else in a car, it doesn't have to be a $700,000 McLaren. But if it's a regular car and it's got tinted windows and you're speeding and you get pulled over and you refuse to lower the window, And then when you do, you don't have your seatbelts on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you close the window again. You don't show the cop your hands. I don't care what color you are, where you live. There were at least 5 law violations in that one incident. And forget about the attitude and the cops bringing him out. He didn't comply. And they didn't know what was going on. Were the cops a little overzealous? They didn't hurt him.
No.
And then Lance Campbell shows up in his $700,000 SUV, and he gets involved. To me, any other person, if it's, what would happen if it wasn't Tyreek Hill? If it wasn't Tyreek Hill, any person in that situation would have been arrested, put in jail, taken in a squad car, and his car would have been impounded. That's what would have happened to anybody else who violated that many state laws in that dangerous situation. What happened if he hit somebody going that fast, going to the game? What happens if people walked into the middle of the street and he hit them? Would that have been okay? So he got away with a lot. And the fact that they're turning this into an anti-police thing, and then he goes on CNN with his lawyer the same night, and now is blaming the cops. And then the Miami Dolphin team puts out this ridiculous statement where they say, we're disgusted by the conduct of the Miami-Dade cops. And in the meantime, we still love working with the police, though. Yep. We want them to protect us, and we want them to make sure they're outside the stadium in case there's a brawl between the Jets fans and Miami Dolphin fans. You can't have it both ways. Yep. Listen, I'm not. I back the blue, and I will call out any cop that does something wrong. But to just could say that the cops acted stupidly, as Obama once said about the cops that went to that guy's house up in Boston when Obama started this whole race baiting thing back in his first term, is a joke. He broke the laws and he got away with it, and he should be grateful that he wasn't put in jail and he wasn't facing major fines. Now he's the victim. Yeah. And that's the nonsense that really pisses people off.
Well, and I'm so glad you brought up the officer's ethnicity, because you're right, they are Hispanic. And those officers, both of them, specifically one I know for sure, said, don't try playing the race card with me. We're color of people too. So you're not going to work that nonsense in, because they've had to deal with all this crap for the last 4 years. And Sunday, Stephen A. Smith is tweeting about it. Jamel Hill is writing about it. So all the race baiters that are the defund the police segment of sports media immediately wanted to make this a major racial thing. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of specifically Jamel Hill, who then comes out and says that Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, who's a big Trump supporter, she blames him because she says, well, under Trump, there's going to be no prosecution and police will be able to operate with impunity. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So you really think Stephen Ross wants to see or have his star receiver that he's paying $100+ million to get arrested for a traffic violation? But when you live in this little prism, Tony, of only seeing things through the racial prism and racial lens, it totally clouds your objectivity and your ability to view what happened here. He broke the law. He didn't comply on top of it. And yeah, the cops, were a little bit over the top with him. But if I'm assessing blame, it's like 90% Tyreek Hill, 10% the police at best.
Exactly. I mean, if I got stopped, I've gotten stopped many times driving and didn't break the law and didn't know what happened. I pull over. I put my hands up. I don't do hands up, don't shoot, because that was debunked as a lie too. I put my hands and I say, when the cop says, driver's license and registration, I take it out. I give it to him. And then I say, sir, why am I being stopped? And then we'll tell me why. And then everything's good. And if I didn't break the law, I didn't break the law. If I did, I get my ticket and I move on. But the people defending this and trying to make it about Trump is just an absolute joke. Mm-hmm. It's an absolute joke. How many cops have been shot in the last year doing their jobs, responding to, domestic violence incidents? And cops are getting killed every single night by criminals. Well, yeah. And who wants to be a policeman anymore? That's why people don't want to become cops.
We just had the story. Dawn gave the update this morning of the officer that was on life support since June after that situation in Kensington, and he passed away. Yes. So yes.
Yeah, the officers just transported his body this morning.
Ugh, awful.
To a funeral home.
Awful.
So this whole anti-cop thing and Trump's a racist and all these tired, tired lies is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I mean, anybody who can't see through this really doesn't pay attention. But it is Biden, Harris, Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Bloomberg all at the 9/11 ceremony in New York this morning. And that's the way it should be.
Yes. Yeah. Partisan look for sure. No doubt about it. I'm sorry. Bipartisan. Let's wrap here in about the final 3 or 4 minutes. We had the Eagles game last Friday. Feels like an eternity ago. They're getting ready for the home opener Monday night against the Falcons. Long 10-day stretch between games. I heard a lot of people, upset that the Eagles didn't look good. And I agree. They didn't look good. But this to me was not like last year where they were 10-1 and they were winning, but they were struggling, and then the bottom fell out. I mean, this was, if I remember, the spread was 2 points, and they were able to win by 5 against a good team. So I don't think that this is a bad win. I feel pretty good considering it was pretty sloppy.
I agree. I mean, it was sloppy for both teams. The field was a joke. Nobody could get their footing. Saquon on his first run slips and falls. So both teams had to play on a bad field, and they had to keep changing their spikes. But then the Eagles played poorly. And then, Jalen Hurts, they were able to keep him contained so he couldn't run around the edge where he was successful. So good coaching, by the Green Bay Packers, a good team. But the Eagles, when crunch time came and they were able to get back into the game and settle down, and they had their big-time performers, Saquon, A.J. Brown, the star players rose up. And then Jalen Hurts rose up in that final drive when he had to get him down there, run the clock down to where the Green Bay Packers didn't have enough time to go down and score a touchdown to win the game. So it's a win. Was it pretty? No. But with a new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, and things now back in shape, trying to get things. And none of these guys played in preseason. That's the other big thing.
Yep.
But when you look at the 2 first games, the Thursday night game and the Eagles game on Friday night, both high-scoring games. And so teams on offense is still going to dominate in the NFL because all the rules benefit the offense and the defense can't get near anybody. And that's the bottom line. So a big win on the road. People are still mad that the Eagles had to give up a home game in Brazil. But the good thing is nothing bad happened. Everybody seemed to have a good time despite the playing conditions and the fact that their quarterback got hurt. And nobody wanted to see that. But that was a hard-fought game. And the Eagles, that's a big, big win to start the season with a whole new coaching staff for the most part.
Yeah, I would agree. Lastly, let's get to the Phils. 87-58. They are now up 8 on both the Mets and the Braves. By my math, they're up 8 with 17 to go. Is it time to thank the Mets and Braves for participating in divisional title races?
Well, obviously the Phillies are doing what they have to do. Every time they lose, everybody goes crazy in Philly, right? But they're the best team in baseball. 9-4 they win last night. There was a bench clearing incident, where they threw at Nick Castellanos in the 9th inning of in the bottom of the 8th of a 9-4 game. The bench is emptied. So they're still fighting this team. They just got to make sure guys get healthy. Schwarber, by the way, Kyle Schwarber, new major league record, his 14th leadoff home run, the most in baseball history. And, I know Ricky Henderson was a better leadoff hitter, and there are a lot of better leadoff hitters statistically. Mm-hmm. But there's never been a guy who looks like Kyle Schwarber, who hits for a low average, who has been as dominant as a leadoff guy, where he's hit, 35 home runs and 14 of them in the leadoff spot. An amazing, amazing statistic.
Indeed. Tony Bruno, great stuff, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, I got to go fact check myself and see how many times I lied, and then I'm going to call David Muir and see if he's awake and see if he even bothers to show up at ABC today after that embarrassment. He should be suspended for a week without pay.
I agree.
After that performance.
He should be assigned. He should be assigned to desk duty, Tony.
He should be sent to Rochester at the ABC station up there in New York to try to get his act together.
Exactly. Send him back to the minors. Great stuff, brother. Thank you.
All right, guys, have a great one.
There he is, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. All right, let's give it away. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I don't see it! Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Gotcha.
Gotcha! Hang on, okay? Don't leave us. We'll be here a long time. We're not leaving you, buddy. We're Marines. You are our mission. That's great. Oh, that's great.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize, once again, another pair of tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO Over and Out Tour on September 21st at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com, but if you can identify that movie clip right now, 855-839-1210, you will get yourself a pair of those tickets. And we'll get our winner on the other side, a couple of your calls. I see everybody on hold. Don't worry, hang tight, we'll get to you. And then Cut Sheet Part 2 and your voicemails, all still on the way.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At the next Crash Proof event, you will learn how our proprietary Crash Proof retirement system includes inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% or more to fight rising costs without depleting your nest egg.
Geraldine Chiadetti from Warrington, Pennsylvania. Crash Proof puts a smile on my face every day. I sleep well, and it even put a bigger smile on my face today when I got my 13%. The interest we receive from Crash Proof is credited interest. I'm not worried about inflation one bit. We get Crash Proof income, but guess what? Your principal still doesn't go down because your interest from your money is making more money. When I was told we made 13%, my husband looked at me and I looked at him and we did the happy dance.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality.
From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Bob Casey, a familiar name, but ask yourself, what's he done for you and your family? In his 18th year in Washington, what's Bob Casey got to show for it? He made sure COVID relief checks could go to convicted felons. You heard that right. Bob Casey made sure COVID checks went to convicted felons. When reasonable people tried to stop murderers and rapists from getting checks, Casey voted no. Even the Boston Marathon bomber ended up with a big fat check. Casey voted the party line instead of using some common sense. And with families struggling to pay the bills, Casey had this to say about throwing around their tax dollars.
Go big or go home.
Bob Casey went big. He botched it. And it's time for him to finally go home. Bob Casey is wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hours to go. I wanna be sedated. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. I wanna be sedated.
9:25. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Voicemails coming up in 20 minutes. If you don't know by now, we will play them at 9:45 each morning. You download the Odyssey app like many of you have already done, and you listen to us. You stream us on the app. Right next to that Listen Live button is a little microphone. You tap it. You say whatever you want to say. You tap the button again. Voila. Magic. And we play your voicemails coming up at 9:45. Cut sheet part due as well, but first your calls. 855-839-1210. Let me, we got a lot of 9/11 stuff that's a nice refresher to break from some of the Trump stuff, obviously a commemoration of the tragic days of 23 years ago. Let me go to line 2. I've got Frank in South Philadelphia remembering 9/11. Frank, you go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, Dawn and the rest of the people there that on the station today. I'm standing in my South Philadelphia Veterans Memorial. It's called All for One that I built. And I got the flag, the American flag, at half-mast for all the people that died at 2,900 plus at 9/11, 23 years ago, and the first responders. And also, I got it up here, the flag at half-mast for the 18 people that died in the Middle East, which Sleepy Joe or Joe that doesn't know and Laughing Hyena Harris that didn't show no respect to the 13 gold stars, never went to the cemetery, 4 miles away from the cemetery, and she didn't even have the respect or the honor to turn around and go see the gold star people there to honor the men and women that died over there. The 13 in Afghanistan, two in Jordan. I'm sorry, 2 in on the 2 Navy SEALs, and also the 3 in Jordan. They got killed over there. It's sad that that this administration showed no respect for the soldiers or show for the 9/11 people that died over there on the attack on terrorists.
I agree,
and I guess maybe they're with the terrorist people, the countries that are terrorists.
Well, Frank, she did post on social media, a few days ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 or 4 sentences with a screenshot of her official letterhead. But you're right. Look, we know who's far more pro-patriotic when it comes to the country. When you look at Republican versus Democrat, for sure. Dave is in Atco, New Jersey. He's got some comments. Dave, you go right ahead.
Okay, on this somber day, the perfect movie you picked, World Trade Center.
Yes. Congratulations. Oh, Dave, you're the movie winner.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought you wanted to talk about 9/11 and the World Trade Center, but yes, you're right. That is the movie clip. Congratulations. You get the Jeff Lynne
Thank
tickets,
you very
okay?
much.
You got it, Dave. Thank you very much. And lastly, let me get to another Dave in Southampton. Dave, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah, how you doing? Listen to talk about Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
The guy obviously broke the law, and then he acts like a thug when the police get there. But bottom line, he didn't go to jail like another high-profile athlete, Scotty Scheffler, a few months ago.
Correct.
I mean, all these race hustlers talk about white privilege. White privilege led to Scheffler getting an orange jumpsuit and a mugshot.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. And again, look, and I've brought this up in the past. I mean, I've had, times where I've been pulled over for speeding. I can admit that. I've been probably pulled over in my lifetime 4 or 5 times. In 20, I started driving in 24 years. I've probably been pulled over 5 or 6 times. And I told you when I was 16, I got into an accident. And the only negative altercation I ever had with a police officer, because I believe 99% of cops are good cops and good people, and you're always going to have 1 or 2 bad apples for sure. And the cop, when I got into the accident, because I almost hit a bike cop when I was in a different locale 20 minutes earlier, and he heard it on the radio that 6 miles later I got into an accident and I T-boned somebody because I went through an intersection, and that bike cop came up as my mom was there, because I'm 16 at the time. And the cop said, and I've told this story on the radio before, "You're lucky you didn't hit me because I'm about to rip off your head and bleep down your throat." And look, I deserve that verbal butt chewing. I really did. Was it over the top? Yes. Was he going to do that? No. I can separate fact from reality. But there are times when a cop is unprofessional, and I do think that those 2 cops probably didn't do the best job of de-escalating. But as I said with Bruno, and I said yesterday, this is 90% on Tyreek Hill. And the fact that the media and those with an agenda, which is why I waited till the body cam footage came out. The body cam footage is the concrete evidence, not some guy on social media that records 48 seconds and then shares it and everybody jumps to conclusions. We got to stop looking at like this snippet society we live in of 12 seconds out of 23 minutes and making these generic sweeping dispersions on somebody, which is why, again, I think the body cam footage shows. Now, it doesn't mean these cops aren't going to get disciplined. Doesn't mean they're not going to get fired, because in today's absurd climate of demoralizing and demonizing police, it's possible. But I don't think that those officers deserve to be fired at all. Maybe anything, just even though it was funny as hell, like did you have surgery on your ears? Made me crack up, but it probably doesn't de-escalate the situation. This segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. Ready for fall? Well, Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. Cut Sheet Part 2 is next. And then speaking of special radio, your voicemails at 9:45. Stay right there.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or 2, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guided Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
9:36, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Dawn Show, top of the hour. Find out what she has on tap in about 17, 18 minutes. What occurred today in music history, your voicemails, and a lot more. But right now, let's find out what Stalker still has left to get to from a busy night last night and a busy morning. In the aftermath, it's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2? That's right, sponsored by Natural Lands. The best carbon capture system has already been invented. Trees! They pull carbon out of the atmosphere and store it for centuries. Natural Lands nature preserves store nearly 2 tons of carbon, and they'll never be developed. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, lands for life, nature for all. All right, what did the undecided voters, the focus groups, what did they think of last night's debate? CNN went to Erie, Pennsylvania.
Hey!
And talked to one undecided voter. This is cut 28, Phil. Oh, that's right, you're playing these things. This is cut 28, Phil, go.
What did you see that brought you to a conclusion?
I think it's important to remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we like the most or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we've had both of the candidates in office before, and we've gotten to see what they would do. And when facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall. And now with Kamala's administration, things haven't been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her administration has caused, but I just don't know if I can afford to take that risk.
Were you? Well, and she's had 3 years and 10 months as the number 2 in command to make those adjustments, and she has failed to do so. I agree with everything she said. Unfortunately, I don't think this election is about results and bargain shopping and comparing product A to product B, which is the unique element of this, right? You can compare Trump's years versus her years. It should be, if you're doing the blind taste test, it should be a no-brainer. But that's not the way it works, unfortunately.
By the way, 23 years ago exactly, and now the Pentagon was struck, 9:38 a.m. Just, for people, I just, I want to weave this stuff in because I do think it's important to, make sure we remember this and never forget it. We started off the show this morning at 6:05 talking about this. Yes. So if you just tuned in now, be like, oh, where is it?
We started off news.
CBS's post-debate focus group on Harris. I am actually going to play this one, Phil. This was what their takeaways were.
She just basically repeated everything that Biden has said in the past.
What were your thoughts? She made Donald Trump made a strong closing statement by saying, why didn't they do all the things that she's proposing during the 3.5 years that they've been in office? And Biden did this entire moderate stance back in 2020, and she's trying to do it again in 2024, but she didn't talk about her policy changes between 2020 and 2024. Her whole centrist moderate stance is just a facade.
Look, I totally agree with that as well. And when we're talking about the policies, I mean, it took up until the eve before the day of the debate. It was Monday night into Tuesday morning where there was no policy on her website. And she really didn't go into policy specifics again last night. And what's on the website is a copy and paste job of a lot of Biden's economic policies and the few that she has verbalized incoherently to the American public in the last 3 weeks. And some of it also plagiarized from Trump and Vance's platform.
We discussed this earlier. Trump called into Fox and Friends this morning on because we've been going back and forth about if there's going to be a second debate. My stance is a firm absolutely not. There will not be a second debate. Nick, would you like to give your...
Yes, I do not think right now we will see a second debate, largely because twofold. One, Kamala Harris is probably, if you're looking at Kamala Harris from a stock perspective, after that debate, in the mainstream media eyes, she's probably never going to have the arrow pointing up further than it is right now. Yes, you could argue that confidence is a big thing. She now has the experience. Maybe she would do better a second time around again, which is why I think her campaign is saying, hey, that wasn't so bad after. It's like, when you go on the roller coaster and you get off of it and you're like, oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought. She's probably like, let's get back in line. Let's go again. But if you're Trump, I think Trump would benefit if he says, let's do it again. Yes, I'd like to do it on Fox News. No, I don't want Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, even though I think those will be absolutely fine by my vantage point. But I would actually argue if you're Trump, you want open mics this time. And you know what? Let her have notes. You have notes as well, because you're not going to have fact checkers on your side. So if you can have some of that stuff in front of you, it makes it easier for you to stay on task with what you want to say while looking down to be able to fact check and point her. And if he's prepped properly, like you said, by Zioli and, knock on wood, Chris Christie back in the day, he can have the proper facts to say, well, no, that's a lie, and here's why I'm going to tell you, and here's the source. So,
The Harris campaign put out after the debate that they wanted a second debate.
Of course they do.
We haven't, Trump is talking about how ABC, they should be fired, it was rigged. So it's the Trump campaign that may not want a second debate as of this morning.
Well, he said, do you think there's going to be a second debate, Dawn?
I do.
Okay. This is what Donald Trump said on Fox and Friends this morning.
Mr. President, I know when we started the interview, you said that you felt that you won the debate last night, your best ever. I think before the debate happened last night, the Kamala Harris people said that they would actually like to do another debate in October. And I know that last night Fox News sent letters to your campaign and her campaign offering 3 dates of debates moderated by Martha and Brett. One is October 9th in Arizona.
Well, I wouldn't want to have Martha and Brett. I'd love to have somebody else other than Martha and Brett. I'd love to have, frankly, Sean or Jesse or Laura. Somebody else. Let's give other people a shot. But I didn't think Martha and Brett were good last night. I thought Jesse was fantastic last night. What he said, Jesse really got it. Jesse said Trump won that debate. We won that debate by a lot. No, I wouldn't want Martha involved.
Okay,
I would,
Mr. President,
but I would take some others.
So, two things. One, I would be totally fine with Martha and Brett. But look, yes, I don't think Kamala would ever agree to anybody from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Fox News moderating it.
Maybe Shannon Bream?
That would be solid. But let me defend Trump for a second. The guy has walked into the lion's den on everybody else's own terms, everybody else's own conditions. I want it on CNN. I want it on ABC. Give me Tapper. Give me Muir. Why is it wrong? Muir, what bozo from ABC? Why is it so bad for Trump to ask for somebody that we know is a partisan hack? Why can't Trump get that for once? And yeah, I called Jesse Waters and all them partisan hacks. Yes, they are, and they would make it tough on Kamala. But they've made it tough for Trump every time.
Harris Faulkner would be good. What about Harris?
I'd be fine with any of them. But Trump shouldn't be ridiculed. I mean, my God, Kamala Harris knew it was rigged in her favor with somebody that gives 100%. How can you? Let me ask you this. Let's look at this objectively. How can you be the lowest rated vice president of all time and the alleged most watched trusted source in news media on network television in evening hours of 6 and 7 p.m. has a 100% positive spin score for the worst vice president of all time? That, my friends, is called the fix. So if Trump wants to live in that moment as well, he's entitled to say that. I have no problem with him saying it. He's not going to get it, but there's nothing wrong with him saying that.
What's more important than the moderators, I don't care who moderates it, what's more important is to be allowed to have a crowd, to have an audience, and I would suggest take questions from the audience.
Yes.
Get real people involved.
Yes. And not pre-approved questions from the audience either, where some low-level functionaries up there screening them in advance. I want I want talk radio. I mean, there's nothing scripted about this show. When there's a person on line 4, I have half the time we don't even have the right description on the call screener anyway. I want authentic, organic conversations because I do think that's where Trump will thrive and excel.
Let's get to voicemails tomorrow because I want to play this before we hand the reins over to Dawn. So JD Vance was on with Caitlin Collins after the debate, and she brought up the migrants eating pets situation. And I wanted to play this. This is cut 22. Phil, go. I just want to see if he handles
I think there may
properly.
be some women voters who would have liked for him to answer that question. The other thing that he brought up, which I was kind of surprised by, I guess I would say, is he brought up this misleading false claim that you yourself have talked about in recent days about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, abducting people's pets and eating them, which officials there have said is not true. You yourself acknowledged it may be false on Twitter. You still told people to keep spreading it. But Trump just amplified it to tens of millions of people who were watching. Why push something that's not true?
Well, first of all, city officials have not said it's not true. They've said they don't have all the evidence.
They said they have no evidence.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening. So they very clearly, meaning the people on the ground dealing with this, think that it is happening. And I think that it's important for journalists to actually get on the ground and uncover this stuff for themselves when you have a lot of people saying, my pets are being abducted, or geese at the city pond are being abducted and slaughtered right in front of us. This is crazy stuff. And again, whether those exact rumors turn out to be mostly true, somewhat true, whatever the case may be, Caitlin, this town has been ravaged by 20,000 migrants coming in. Healthcare costs are up. Housing costs are up. Communicable diseases like HIV and TB have skyrocketed in this small Ohio town. This is what Kamala Harris's border policies have done.
You know, all of that can be true and valid, and certainly the diseases and the numbers, I think, are all true. But if you're kind of hitching your wagon to this, well, I mean, for lack of a better phrase, like that moment in Dumb and Dumber where they ripped the head of the bird off, they killed my bird Petey. Like, if you think that's what's going to win you the election,
it's such a distraction.
It's just there's so many bigger fish to fry.
Yep.
I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket.
As I said yesterday, it's about people, not pets.
Yeah,
There was what escalated this whole thing. It started about a year ago, and you have this growing number of 20,000 people descending on a small town, and many of them are welcome and hardworking. Unfortunately, though, 1 year ago, there was a 36-year-old Haitian immigrant who's now in jail, and he actually caused a fatal accident into a school bus. He was going the wrong way, crashed into a school bus. injuring dozens of children, killing an 11-year-old little boy named Aiden. That's what started this whole thing. Talk about Aiden. Talk about the humanitarian crisis. Don't talk about these other stories that he's acknowledging may be true, but they're not verified. So why talk about pets? Talk about people.
All right, we have to get to Today in Music History. It is sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. Nick Kayal.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 11th, and I am back. We celebrate the birthdays of Richard Ashcroft from The Verve, who's 53, Moby, who's 59, Tommy Shaw of Styx, who's 71, and Mickey Hart from The Grateful Dead, who's now 81. We also lost Peter Tosh to the Wailers on this day in 87. Single Coup Double Vision by Foreigner in 78, Repentless by Slayer in 2015, and 515 by The Who in 1979. Albums include The Wild, The Innocent, and The E Street Shuffle by Springsteen in 73, We Are Chaos by Marilyn Manson 4 years ago, and Cherry Pie by Warrant, Firehouse's debut, and AIC's debut, all released on this day in 1990. Also in 77, David Bowie joined Bing Crosby to record the Merry Old Christmas special. In 65, the Beatles' Help album hits number 1. In 87, Peter Gabriel was a big winner at the MTV Awards. And in 82, Chicago was atop the singles chart. But lastly, on this day, 23 years ago, yes, on 9/11/2001, Gerard Way was walking to work and actually witnessed the attacks in New York. Well, the day's events inspired him to start a band, which became My Chemical Romance. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
I did not know that.
Ready for fall? Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the biz. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer.
All right. Dawn show in about 9 minutes, and we find out what she has scheduled for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so coming up at 10:30, I will tell you that we have a woman who we're going to talk to who is going to tell us more about her testimony yesterday before the House Judiciary panel. Just heart-wrenching testimony from immigration advocates, and especially talking about relatives of women and children slain, murdered by migrants. And so you'll hear it's an incredible story. You'll hear her story coming up at 10:30. At 10, I haven't shared where I was 23 years ago today. So we'll talk about what's happening locally with September 11th as we, of course, remember what happened 23 years ago today. But I'll have my inside story where I was in a local newsroom and the panic that ensued here locally. Some insights on that as well. Just a jam-packed show. Kathy Barnett is going to be along. We'll have somebody from the Trump campaign as well, so we'll talk all things Trump. We've really got it all. Yeah.
All right. Very good. Looking forward to it. You got a lot squeezed into 2 hours. Should be a good show. Dawn show coming up from 10 to noon. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Wednesday. We will continue the fallout from the debate, what the future looks like in these next 50-plus days tomorrow and Friday, and we're back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
Good night, everybody.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you